Hello, I am the Wizard of Tales, and I'm here to guide you today. I know this video is the perfect companion to help my dear dreamers relax and drift off to sleep. Before we dive into a world of calm and serenity, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the magic of stories embrace you. The crystal clear waters of the Shinano River gently slid between the moss-covered stones, creating a melody that had lulled the spirits that lived there for generations. Mizuchi, a young kappa with greenish skin and a shiny carapace, floated near the surface, watching the golden fish that snaked around him. The small concave dish on his head, always full of water, reflected the light of the setting sun that passed through the waters, creating a spectacle of colors that fascinated him so much. Unlike other kappas, who preferred to remain isolated from the affairs of the outside world, Mizuchi had a particular curiosity for humans and their buildings that appeared increasingly closer to the banks of the river. His grandfather, the wise Kawakami, often warned him about the dangers of getting too close to human civilization. But the young spirit could not contain his fascination. Mizuchi called a familiar voice. It was Satsuki, a little kodama, tree spirit, who floated among the branches of an old willow tree. Her translucent form gave off a soft glow as she approached the shore. Something strange is happening downriver. The waters, they're different. The young kappa partially emerged, keeping his body submerged up to his shoulders. How different, Satsuki? Her large, attentive eyes fixed on her friend, while her webbed hands instinctively adjusted the water level in her cranial dish. It's hard to explain, the Kodama replied, her glow flickering with concern. But the fish are swimming in the opposite direction, and the aquatic plants have begun to wither. Some smaller spirits have already left that region. Mizuchi felt a tightness in his chest. A few moons ago, he himself had noticed subtle changes in the waters, a slightly metallic taste, a different odor, a cloudy color that appeared and disappeared. Initially, he thought it was just a seasonal change. But now, Satsuki's words confirmed his suspicions. That night, during the Water Spirits Council, Mizuchi watched intently as his grandfather Kawakami presided over the meeting. The old kappa, with its carapace covered in ancient markings and a cranial plate as deep as a lake, emanated a wisdom that only centuries could bestow. Humans have established new homes upriver, Kawakami announced, his deep voice echoing through the underwater cave where they gathered. And with them, they brought something that contaminates our waters. Some of our smaller brothers have already been affected. A murmur of concern ran through the assembly of spirits. An old Nyx, female spirit of the waters, raised her trembling voice. And what can we do? We can't just drive them out like in ancient times. No, Kawakami agreed. Times have changed. Humans have become numerous and powerful. We must find a way to protect our home without starting a conflict we cannot win. It was at that moment that Mizuchi felt something awaken within him. Years of observing humans, of curiosity about their customs and ways of life, were perhaps not just a foolish pastime, as many thought. Maybe it was a calling. I can investigate, he said, his young but firm voice echoing through the cave. All eyes turned to him, some surprised, others skeptical. I know its ways better than any of us. I can discover the source of the contamination and perhaps find a solution. Kawakami looked at his grandson with a mixture of concern and pride. It's a dangerous journey, young Mizuchi. Humans are not like they used to be when they respected us and made offerings. Many don't even believe in our existence. But some still believe, interjected Satsuki, who had joined the meeting as a representative of the forest spirits. I see them sometimes, especially the elders and children. They still leave offerings at the shrines and tell our stories. The council debated for hours, while Mizuchi remained firm on his proposal. Finally, Kawakami stood up, his imposing figure casting shadows on the cave walls. Very well, my grandson. You have my permission to undertake this journey. But remember, a kappa without water on his plate is a kappa without strength. Always remain vigilant. In the days that followed, Mizuchi prepared for his mission. Satsuki helped him gather information about new human settlements, while other spirits shared ancient magic and knowledge that could be useful on his journey. One morning, before sunrise, Mizuchi said goodbye to his home. He carried with him only a small jade amulet, a gift from his grandfather, and the determination to find a way to save his river. Satsuki floated beside him, having decided to accompany him at least for the beginning of his journey. Are you sure you want to do this? She asked, her glow flickering with concern. Mizuchi adjusted the water in his cranial dish and looked toward the horizon, where the first light of day was beginning to tint the sky. We can't keep hiding, Satsuki. If we want to preserve our world, we need to find a way to coexist with theirs. And so, with the first rays of sunlight illuminating his path, Mizuchi began his journey up the river, towards the world of humans. His heart was torn between apprehension and expectation. But one thing he knew for sure: the waters that flowed through his veins were the same ones that gave life to the earth, and it was his duty to protect them no matter the cost. The banks of the Shinano River silently witnessed the young Kappa's departure as the waters continued their eternal flow, carrying with them the hopes of all the spirits that called that place home. Mizuchi's journey was just beginning, and, with it, a new page in the history between humans and yokai was about to be written. The sun was still low on the horizon when Mizuchi reached the first fork in the river. The waters, which previously ran crystal clear, began to take on an unsettling, grayish tone. Satsuki, who was still accompanying him, hovered nervously among the branches of the marginal trees. The smell is getting stronger, Mizuchi muttered, his nostrils twitching as he analyzed the air. His webbed fingers touched the surface of the water, feeling its changed texture. It was no longer the same water I had known since I was little. There was something wrong, something artificial. A movement on the bank caught his attention. A group of human children played near the water, throwing rocks and laughing loudly. Mizuchi instinctively dove deeper, keeping only his eyes above the surface. A girl, who appeared to be no more than 8 years old, suddenly stopped playing and looked directly in his direction. Look, she exclaimed, pointing. There's something in the water. The other boys stopped throwing stones and approached the bank. Mizuchi remained still, his heart racing. It was the first time he was so close to humans. I don't see anything, said one of the boys, frowning. But it was there. It had big eyes and, the girl hesitated, clearly frustrated at not being able to convince her friends. An older voice echoed from the nearby trail. Akane, children, come inside. It's almost lunchtime. As the children walked away, little Akane took one last look at the river. Her eyes met Mizuchi's for a brief moment, and she smiled, as if sharing a secret. The kids can still see us, Satsuki whispered, climbing down until she was closer to the water. They have not yet lost the ability to see beyond the veil of the ordinary world. Mizuchi surfaced lightly, adjusting the water in his cranial dish. Perhaps this is a sign. Not all humans have lost their connection to our world. Following the course of the river, Mizuchi and Satsuki soon arrived at a small village. Wooden and rice paper houses stretched along the bank, and several people moved about with their daily tasks. The young Kappa watched with fascination as they washed clothes in the river, fished, and carried water in wooden buckets. It was then that he noticed something strange. In an area further away from the village, a different building stood. It was bigger than the other houses, made of materials Mizuchi had never seen before. From there came a dark liquid that flowed through an improvised gutter, pouring directly into the river. That, he said, pointing to the building. It must be the source of the contamination. Satsuki floated higher to get a better view. It looks like a dyeing workshop. I heard other Kodamas talking about it. Humans use strange substances to color their fabrics. Mizuchi swam closer to the source of the dark liquid, feeling his vital energy diminish as he came into contact with the contaminated water. The jade amulet around his neck vibrated slightly, as if reacting to danger. We need to do something, he declared. But before he could come up with a plan, he heard voices approaching. 2 men were walking towards the workshop, talking in serious tones. The feudal lord was very pleased with the latest shipments of cloth, said the eldest. He wants us to increase production. But what about the fish? Asked the youngest. Fishermen are complaining that they are disappearing from this part of the river. We can't worry about that now, replied the oldest, making a gesture of indifference. Orders are orders. Mizuchi felt a mixture of sadness and indignation. How could humans so easily ignore the damage they have caused? His grandfather was right. They had changed a lot since ancient times. That night, as the village slept, Mizuchi completely emerged from the water for the first time since the beginning of his journey. With cautious steps, he approached the dyeing workshop. His legs adapted for both water and land, allowing him to move silently. Mizuchi, be careful, Satsuki whispered, her glare reduced to a minimum so as not to attract attention. The Kappa examined the structure of the workshop, trying to understand how it worked. The large dye vats gave off a strong odor that made her stomach turn. That's when he noticed something familiar, a small altar in the corner of the building with old, dusty offerings. They used to make offerings to the river spirits, he murmured, touching the small abandoned objects. They asked for permission and protection before using the waters. A sudden noise made him turn around quickly. There, standing at the entrance of the workshop with a small flashlight, was Akane. The morning girl. Her eyes widened as she saw Mizuchi clearly for the first time, but instead of screaming or running away, she simply smiled. I knew I saw something in the river, she said softly. You're a kappa, aren't you? My grandmother told me stories about you. Mizuchi was paralyzed, torn between his instinct to flee and his mission to understand humans. The water in his cranial dish rippled slightly with his agitation, reflecting the lantern light. Yes, he finally replied, his voice sounding strange in the night air. And I'm here because I need to help the river. It's sick. Akani's smile disappeared, replaced by an expression of genuine concern. It's because of my uncle's workshop, isn't it? I also noticed that the river is different. The big fish don't come out to play anymore. At that moment, an unexpected connection formed between the young kappa and the little human. Perhaps, Mizuchi thought, hope of finding a peaceful solution was not lost. Perhaps the key to protecting the waters lay not in conflict, but in mutual understanding, starting with those who could still see beyond the veil of the material world. The flashlight's light flickered, casting dancing shadows on the workshop walls, as kappa and child began to trace the first steps of an unlikely alliance. Akane and Mizuchi developed a plan during that night at the workshop. The girl explained that her uncle was not a bad person. He was just following orders from the feudal lord and did not realize the true impact of his actions on the river. She suggested they could start by showing him the signs of the changing waters. My grandmother always says that in the old days, before using the river, people would ask the spirits for permission, Akane said, playing nervously with the sleeve of her kimono. She still maintains this tradition when she goes to do laundry. Mizuchi nodded, remembering the dusty altar. Humans and yokai lived in harmony. Each respected the other's space and needs. Satsuki, who had been watching the conversation with growing interest, floated closer. Maybe that's it. We need to reconnect humans with the spirits of nature. In the days that followed, Akane began bringing her grandmother, Chiyo, near the river during twilight, when it was safer for Mizuchi to show herself. The elderly woman, unlike her granddaughter, showed no surprise at seeing the kappa. She just smiled knowingly, as if meeting an old friend. We haven't seen one of you in these parts for a long time, said Chiyo, bowing respectfully. Today's young people no longer understand the importance of maintaining balance with the world of spirits. As they talked, other smaller spirits, encouraged by Mizuchi's presence, began to manifest themselves. Little dancing lights appeared over the water, and melodious sounds echoed softly among the trees. Akane watched everything with amazed eyes. We need to make the others see this, she whispered, delighted. Chiyo had an idea. The Tanabata festival was approaching, a celebration where people traditionally made wishes to the stars. We can use the festival to reconnect people with the river spirits, she suggested. The plan began to take shape. Over the next few weeks, Chiyo and Akane spread stories around the village about signs from river spirits. The elderly woman rekindled old traditions, teaching children to make small offerings before playing in the water. Slowly, more people began to notice the changes in the river. Mizuchi, in turn, worked with other yokai in the region. With Satsuki's help, he gathered water and forest spirits, preparing them for a demonstration during the festival that could not be ignored. Akane's uncle, the owner of the dye shop, started to notice strange things. Sometimes I found the altar clean and with fresh offerings. The dyed fabrics featured inexplicable patterns that resembled waves and leaves. And at night, I could have sworn I heard music coming from the river. On the eve of the festival, Mizuchi swam to a deeper part of the river to meet his grandfather, Kawakami, who had traveled to see the progress of his mission. "You found a different path than we expected," the old Kappa said, his voice carrying a tone of approval. "Use the wisdom of elders and the innocence of children to build bridges instead of walls." "Humans are not our enemies, Grandpa," Mizuchi replied. "They just forgot who they are, their connection to nature." The night of the festival arrived with a starry sky and a crescent moon that painted the river silver. Colorful lanterns were hung along the banks, and the air was filled with the aroma of food and incense. Following Chiyo's suggestion, many people had placed their tanzaku, wish slips, not only on traditional bamboo branches, but also near the water. When the moon reached its highest point, Mizuchi gave the signal. Suddenly, the waters of the river began to glow with a soft blue light. Water spirits emerged in glowing shapes, dancing across the surface. Kodamas, led by Satsuki, made the trees sparkle with green and gold lights. The people of the village stopped, mouths open at the spectacle. Children pointed and laughed, while elders murmured old prayers long forgotten. Akane's uncle, who was watching from the entrance to his workshop, felt something awaken in his childhood memories. Memories of stories about river spirits and the importance of respecting them. Mizuchi partially emerged from the water, his cranial plate reflecting the festival lights. This time, he didn't hide. It stood there, visible to all who could still see beyond the veil of the material world. To his surprise, there were more than he imagined. "The spirits of the river," murmured someone in the crowd. "They're still here." Akane and Chiyo smiled, knowing that their plan had worked. People were rediscovering the magic that had always been there, just waiting to be remembered. The next morning, Akane's uncle was the first to arrive at the workshop. He stood before the altar, now clean and decorated with fresh offerings, and did something he hadn't done since he was a child: a deep bow and a prayer to the river spirits. Then he began working on a new system to filter dye residue before it reached the water. Mizuchi watched from afar, his heart light for the first time since the beginning of his journey. A small step had been taken. A small village had remembered its connection with the spirit world. But it was just the beginning. Upriver, other villages and other factories awaited. His mission was far from over. "Where are we going now?" asked Satsuki, who had decided to continue the journey with him. "Upstream," Mizuchi replied, adjusting the jade amulet around his neck. "There are more places that need to rediscover the magic they forgot." And so, as the sun rose over the Shinano River, Mizuchi and Satsuki prepared for the next leg of their journey, taking with them the lessons learned and the renewed hope that humans and yokai could once again share the world in harmony. With the first village made aware of the importance of respecting the spirits of nature, Mizuchi and Satsuki continued their journey up the river. The young Kappa carried with him not only the lessons learned, but also a letter from Akane addressed to her cousin who lived in the next village, hoping it might help them establish new allies. The landscape began to gradually change. The banks of the river, previously covered with abundant vegetation, now showed more obvious signs of human occupation. Larger and more numerous buildings were rising, and the water had an even murkier color than in the previous town. The air is different here, Satsuki noted, her glow wavering with concern. I can feel the sadness in the trees. Mizuchi partially emerged to better examine his surroundings. Several workshops and small factories lined the riverbanks, each dumping their own waste into the water. The problem here was bigger and more complex than in the previous village. We need a different approach, he muttered, adjusting the water in his cranial dish. We can't just rely on one festival to change things this time. While looking for a safe place to observe the village, they found a small cove protected by willow trees. There, to their surprise, they discovered a group of children playing with a small makeshift altar. Among them was Yumi, Akane's cousin, mentioned in the letter. My cousin said you would come, Yumi whispered when she noticed Mizuchi's presence in the waters. Unlike Akane, she seemed less surprised by the Kappa's appearance. Things here are worse. Dad says the river is dying. Yumi's father, they discovered, was one of the few fishermen still surviving in the region. Most had left in search of cleaner waters, but he refused to abandon the place where his family had lived for generations. Over the next few days, Mizuchi and Satsuki learned more about the complex web of relationships that governed the village. The place had become an important production center, with several families depending on the workshops for their livelihood. The feudal lord, more present here than in the previous village, personally supervised the growth of activities. People are afraid to question the feudal lord's orders, Yumi explained during one of their secret meetings. Even when they know something is wrong, Mizuchi realized he would need additional help. Using the jade amulet that his grandfather had given him, he summoned other yokai in the region. To his surprise, many still resisted, hiding in forgotten corners of the river and forest. One of them was Kawahime, an ancient water spirit who had witnessed the transformation of the region over the centuries. Humans are not evil, she said in her melodious voice that resembled flowing water. They have simply lost their way. When the need to survive becomes greater than ancestral wisdom, the balance is broken. With Kawahime's guidance, Mizuchi developed a new plan. Instead of a single, dramatic demonstration, they would begin a subtle, persistent campaign. The smaller yokai began to appear during the inhabitants' daily activities, especially during moments of rest and reflection. Yumi's father, during his night fishing trips, began to receive mysterious help. Inexplicably abundant schools of fish in certain less polluted areas of the river. Workshop workers found small gifts on their altars, river stones polished until they shined like jewels, flowers that did not normally grow in the region, waterfowl feathers of extraordinary colors. Satsuki coordinated the kodamas to make the trees dance on full moon nights, creating shadows that told ancient stories on the walls of the houses. The children, naturally more receptive, began to share these stories with their parents and grandparents. The crucial moment came when the feudal lord visited the village for an inspection. While walking between the workshops, a series of inexplicable events began to occur. The waters of the river shone with impossible colors. Fish jumped in meaningful patterns, and the wind in the trees seemed to whisper ancient songs. Kawahime chose this moment to reveal herself, emerging from the waters in her most majestic form. His appearance was so impressive that even the feudal lord, known for his skepticism, stopped to watch. A long time ago, she spoke, her voice echoing over the waters. Humans and yokai lived in harmony. The river provided sustenance for all, and in return, they were treated with respect and gratitude. This balance can be restored if there is wisdom to recognize its value. The feudal lord, although visibly disturbed, showed no fear. Instead, something in his features changed. A memory, perhaps of stories heard in his childhood about the guardian spirits of his family's lands. My grandfather, he said after a long silence, used to tell me about the yokai who protected our lands. I thought they were just stories for children, but now, Mizuchi, watching everything from his hiding place in the waters, felt a change in the air. It wasn't a complete victory, but it was a start. The feudal lord ordered a review of the workshop's practices, demanding that they find ways to continue production without destroying the river. The changes would not happen overnight, but a seed had been planted. The village began to rediscover its relationship with the natural world, and the spirits, in turn, found ways to coexist with human progress. As the waters began to show signs of recovery, Mizuchi knew his journey was not over yet. There were more villages upriver, more challenges to face, but now he carried with him not only hope, but also the certainty that harmony between humans and yokai was possible, as long as there was a willingness to see beyond the veil of the material world. With the experience gained in the previous two villages, Mizuchi and Satsuki continued their journey upriver, where they encountered their greatest challenge. A larger city rose on the banks of the Shinano River, with more imposing buildings and a larger population. The volume of pollution was alarming, and signs of the presence of yokai were almost non-existent. It's as if the very spiritual essence of the place is fading away. Satsuki noted, her glow dimmer than usual. Mizuchi cautiously swam through the murky waters, her jade amulet vibrating constantly in warning. The banks were all stone, devoid of vegetation, and large pipes continually dumped dark waste into the river. The young Kappa felt his energy decrease with each stroke in those contaminated waters. During their nocturnal observations, they discovered that this city was an important commercial center where merchants from various regions met to trade. Progress had arrived in full force, bringing wealth to some, but leaving a trail of environmental destruction that affected everyone. It was during one of these nights that Mizuchi found an old abandoned temple on the riverbank. Among the worn boards and faded amulets, he noticed movement. It was a small inugami, a canine spirit, thin and weakened. Did you also come to try to save the river? Asked the inugami, who introduced himself as Haru. Many have tried before. The humans of this city are different. They haven't just forgotten the yokai. They've chosen to ignore us. Mizuchi shared with Haru his experiences in the previous villages, but the Inugami shook his head sadly. Here it will not be enough to show our presence or appeal to old memories. The city is focused only on the future, forgetting that without the past and without nature, there is no future. That night, Mizuchi sent Satsuki to get help. The Kodama set out in search of Kawahime and other powerful spirits who could help them. Meanwhile, the young Kappa and Haru began mapping the city, looking for any remnants of spiritual connection that could be rekindled. They found hope in unexpected places. In the narrow alleys, grandparents still told old stories to their grandchildren. At the back of some houses, small altars still received offerings, and in the heart of the city, they discovered that the governor himself maintained a secret garden where, they said, he went to meditate every morning. When Satsuki returned, he brought with him not only Kawahime, but also an impressive assemblage of spirits, Tengu from the mountains, Kitsune from the distant forests, and even some smaller dragons that inhabited the river's sources. Everyone had felt the growing imbalance and recognized the need for intervention. This city is a crucial point, Kawahime explained. If we can't change it, the destruction will continue to spread downstream, undoing all the work we've done. The plan they developed was bold. Instead of trying to convert the entire city at once, they would focus on demonstrating how harmony with nature could benefit business and progress. Each type of yokai would contribute their specific gifts. The Tengus, masters of the winds, began to help merchant ships that respected the river, providing them with favorable winds. The Kitsune used their cunning to reveal to traders how more sustainable practices could increase their long-term profits. Spring dragons purified small areas of the river, creating areas where fish returned in abundance. Mizuchi, strengthened by the presence of so many powerful yokai, took on the most challenging task, establishing contact with the governor. During his morning meditations in the garden, the Kappa began to leave small signs, patterns in the water of the ornamental lake, impossible reflections on liquid surfaces, whispers in the fountains. The governor, a man raised in ancient traditions before becoming a leader of progress, began to notice the changes. His meditations became longer, and he often found himself recalling the stories his grandmother told him about water spirits. The decisive moment came during a huge storm. The waters of the river, already high due to rain and pollution, threatened to overflow and flood the city. That was when all the yokai came together in a display of power and benevolence that could not be ignored. Kawahime emerged from the turbulent waters, her majestic form glowing with a light of her own. Tengus controlled the winds to protect the most vulnerable buildings. Dragons and kappas, led by Mizuchi, worked to direct the waters away from inhabited areas. Kitsunes guided people to safe areas with their mystical lights. The governor, watching everything from his sodden garden, finally understood. The city had prospered not only through the work of men, but also through the invisible protection of the yokai. Progress didn't have to mean destruction. There could be a middle way. In the weeks that followed, changes began to be implemented. The governor established new laws to protect the river, encouraging more sustainable practices. The ancient temples were restored, and new gardens were created throughout the city. Factories were required to treat their waste before disposing of it. Mizuchi, watching the transformations alongside Satsuki and her new allies, felt that her journey was coming to an end. The Shinano River, although still injured, was beginning to show signs of recovery. More importantly, a new understanding was dawning, one that recognized that progress and tradition, human and yokai, could coexist in harmony. What do we do now? Satsuki asked, her glow brighter than ever. We returned home, Mizuchi replied, adjusting the jade amulet that had helped him so much. But we will keep our eyes open and our hearts open. Balance is something that needs to be cultivated every day. And so, the young Kappa began his journey back, carrying with him not only the lessons learned, but also the certainty that the old magics still lived, and that there would always be those, humans and yokai, willing to fight for balance between the worlds. The sun mercilessly punished the dense vegetation of the Yucatan Peninsula, while Dr. Miguel Ramirez carefully wiped the sweat that ran down his tanned forehead. At 45 years old, after 2 decades dedicated to archaeology, he had never come across anything as intriguing as the symbols he had just discovered on the walls of that underground chamber. Professor, we found something else, shouted Ana Sofia, his most dedicated assistant, a young 28-year-old archaeologist who made up for her inexperience with contagious enthusiasm. His brown eyes sparkled with excitement as he held a small, golden figurine. Miguel approached cautiously, adjusting his wire-rimmed glasses to examine the artifact. The piece was extraordinary, an Aztec warrior in a fighting stance, sculpted with a precision that defied the technology of the time. The gold gleamed as if it had been polished the day before, despite having remained buried for centuries. Extraordinary, muttered Miguel, picking up the figurine with gloved hands. Look at the details of the clothing, the facial expression. This is exceptional work. Carlos, the expedition's photographer, a robust man in his 30s, was already in position to document the find when an icy, inexplicable wind blew past the camera, extinguishing some of the lanterns that illuminated the site. The heavy air in the cave seemed to grow even thicker, and an unsettling silence fell. Is this normal? Asked Diana Martinez, the team's cultural anthropologist, a middle-aged woman with extensive experience in ancient rituals. His voice betrayed a concern that went beyond the unusual weather phenomenon. Miguel shook his head, his attention focused on the hieroglyphics that covered the walls. Years of study had allowed him to partially understand the ancient scriptures, and what he was beginning to decipher made him increasingly uneasy. It talks about a treasure, he translated slowly, but also about a curse. Each piece in this place carries a specific energy, a punishment for those who dare disturb them. The team looked at each other with a mix of skepticism and apprehension. Ana Sofia, always the most pragmatic, took a step forward. Professor, with all due respect, we can't let ancient superstitions get in the way of our research. This could be the find of the century. Before Miguel could respond, an engine noise echoed through the cave entrance. Heavy footsteps and unfamiliar voices broke the sacred silence of the place. Jorge, the security guard who protected the entrance to the archaeological site, came running, panting. Dr. Ramirez, he warned in an urgent whisper. Armed men. They say they represent a private collector. They are demanding access to the site. Miguel's heart accelerated. He had dealt with looters before, but something about this situation felt different, more threatening. He quickly began organizing his team. Diana, photograph all the hieroglyphics you can. Carlos, continue documenting the artifacts. Ana, help me pack the most important pieces. Jorge, how much time do you think we can save? 5 minutes, maximum, replied the security guard, nervously. As they worked frantically, Miguel couldn't shake the feeling that they had awakened something beyond his understanding. The symbols on the walls seemed to pulse with an energy of their own, and the temperature continued to drop in an inexplicable way. Ana Sofia, who was carefully cradling the golden figurine, suddenly let out a scream. Professor, the figurine is hot, and look at the inscriptions on the base. Miguel quickly approached. Symbols that had once been covered in centuries of sediment now glowed with a golden, pulsating light of their own. The words formed a clear warning. He who disturbs the guardian's sleep will face their eternal wrath. The footsteps got closer and closer. A man's deep voice echoed through the cave. Dr. Ramirez, we know you're there. We have a generous offer to make. Diana, who had finished photographing the hieroglyphs, approached Miguel with a worried look. These inscriptions talk about specific rituals for each artifact. It seems that each piece needs to be treated in a particular way, or what? Asked Carlos, still frantically photographing. Or the consequences will be devastating, Diana added, her voice barely above a whisper. Miguel looked at his team and the artifacts scattered around the chamber. Years of experience had taught him to trust his instinct, and in that moment, his entire being screamed that they were dealing with something far beyond simple archaeology. We need to protect these parts, he decided, not just from looters, but from anyone who might misuse them. If these warnings are true, we cannot risk these artifacts falling into the wrong hands. The sound of weapons being cocked echoed through the cave. The team looked at one another, knowing that the next decisions could determine not only the fate of the relics, but possibly their own lives. Ana Sofia, always practical, had already stored the golden statuette in her backpack. There's a secondary exit, she whispered. We discovered it yesterday, remember? We can use the side tunnel. Miguel nodded, his mind working quickly. Jorge, can you slow them down? The security guard smiled, determined. Leave it, doctor. I know some tricks. As Jorge headed to the main entrance, Miguel quickly organized his team. Diana, do you have photos of the hieroglyphs? We will need them to decipher how to reverse any manifestations these relics may cause. The footsteps got closer and closer, and the air in the chamber grew heavier by the second. Miguel knew they were about to embark on a journey far more dangerous than any ordinary archaeological expedition. It wasn't just a matter of preserving historical artifacts now. It was about protecting the world from forces that modern science was not yet prepared to understand. With backpacks loaded with the most important artifacts and essential documentation, the team prepared to escape through the secondary tunnel. Miguel's last glance at the main chamber caught the golden glow of the hieroglyphs on the walls, which seemed to pulse like an ancient heart. newly awakened from its centuries-old slumber. Miguel's heart was beating fast as he guided his team through the narrow secondary tunnel. The light from their flashlights created dancing shadows on the ancient walls, and the distant sound of invaders echoed behind them. Ana Sofia followed, close behind, clutching her backpack with the golden statuette to her chest, while Diana and Carlos brought up the rear. "Watch your head here," Miguel whispered, ducking to pass through a particularly low section of the tunnel. The air was increasingly thinner, and the weight of the artifacts in their backpacks seemed to increase with each step. Suddenly, a distant scream echoed through the tunnels. It was Jorge. The group stopped instantly, their hearts racing. Ana Sofia grabbed Miguel's arm, her voice shaking slightly. "We need to go back for him." Miguel hesitated, the weight of responsibility weighing on his shoulders. Before he could respond, Diana interjected, "He gave us this chance. The best way we can help him is to make sure his sacrifice is not in vain." They continued advancing, now with more urgency. Carlos, who was photographing the tunnel as they moved, noticed something strange. "Professor, look at this." He pointed his flashlight at a series of symbols carved into the walls that looked different from the other hieroglyphics. Miguel approached to examine it. "Interesting. These are older, maybe even pre-Aztec. They look like a map." His fingers traced the lines etched into the stone, revealing a complex system of tunnels. Diana, who had approached, frowned. "There is something more here. These symbols speak of sacred paths and guardian portals." A sudden tremor shook the tunnel, causing small rocks to break loose from the ceiling. Ana Sofia quickly opened her backpack, revealing that the golden figurine was shining brightly. "It's getting hotter," she exclaimed, almost dropping the artifact. Miguel quickly took a piece of fabric from his own backpack and wrapped it around the figurine. The glow lessened, but the heat was still noticeable through the fabric. The hieroglyphics mentioned something about specific rituals, Diana recalled, quickly leafing through her notes by flashlight. Each artifact has its own frequency, so to speak. If not manipulated correctly, another tremor, stronger this time, interrupted his speech. The sound of falling rocks echoed through the tunnel, and a blast of cold air hit them. "This way." Miguel pointed to a fork to the right, following the map markings on the wall. The tunnel widened slightly, allowing them to walk more quickly. As they advanced, Carlos continued documenting everything with his camera. "I've never seen anything like this in all my years of archaeological photography," he commented, adjusting the settings to capture the otherworldly glow that occasionally emanated from the artifacts. The sound of voices and footsteps behind them started to get louder again. The attackers had found the entrance to the secondary tunnel. "They have GPS and modern equipment," warned Ana Sofia. "We can't just run away without a plan." Miguel nodded, his mind working quickly. "Diana, what else were you able to translate about the rituals?" The anthropologist consulted her notes as they walked. "Each artifact seems to have a specific function in what they call a sacred balance. The figurine we have, from what I understand, it's a type of key." "Key to what?" asked Carlos, still taking photos. "To a place called Chamber of Guardians. Diana replied. But there are warnings, lots of warnings about the consequences of... A distant scream interrupted his explanation, followed by a crashing sound. The group stopped, tense. It seems that some of our persecutors met consequences, Ana Sofia muttered. Miguel felt an even greater weight on his chest. People were getting hurt, possibly dying, because of these relics. The responsibility of its discovery was becoming an increasingly heavy burden. We need to find a safe place to study these artifacts, he decided. Somewhere we can decipher the rituals properly and reverse whatever curse we have activated, Diana agreed. I know a professor of Mesoamerican studies in Mexico City. He has a private laboratory, away from prying eyes. How long until then? Asked Carlos, checking the battery on his camera. If we can get out of these tunnels and reach our vehicle, about a 6-hour journey, Diana replied. Another tremor shook the tunnel, this time accompanied by a different sound. Something between a roar and a wail, echoing through the ancient passages. Ana Sofia turned pale. That didn't feel natural. None of this is natural, replied Miguel, consulting the symbols on the walls again. The map shows an exit about 300 meters from here, but... Everyone asked in unison. But first we need to go through something called the purification chamber, he replied, his voice tense. The group looked at each other, the weight of that information hanging in the air. The sound of footsteps behind them was getting closer again, and the strange, unearthly wail seemed to be getting closer as well. Well, said Ana Sofia, adjusting her backpack, I guess we don't have much of a choice, do we? Miguel nodded, gravely, leading the group towards the next challenge. As they walked forward, he couldn't help but think about Jorge and what had happened to the guard. He also worried about the invaders. However much his opponents were, he did not want them to suffer the supernatural consequences of the Aztec curses. The tunnel began to widen, and a strange light of undetermined origin began to illuminate its path. Ahead, they could see the entrance to a larger chamber with glowing symbols engraved on its entrance arch. The chamber of purification, Diana whispered, her voice mixing reverence and apprehension. Miguel took a deep breath, preparing himself for whatever was coming. Remember, he told his team, no matter what happens, stick together. Only then will we have a chance to survive this and do the right thing with these artifacts. With determined, yet cautious steps, the group passed through the arch of the chamber, entering a space that would forever change their understanding of the ancient world and the forces it still held. Upon entering the chamber of purification, the group was enveloped by a bluish light that emanated from crystals embedded in the walls. The environment was circular, with a stone altar in the center and several channels carved into the floor, forming intricate geometric patterns. Incredible, muttered Diana, quickly photographing the symbols covering the walls. These crystals are not native to the region. They must have been brought from far away. Miguel approached the central altar, examining the inscriptions. It's a protective ritual, he translated, running his fingers over the carvings. It seems we need to present the relics to the guardians. Ana Sofia carefully removed the figurine wrapped in fabric from her backpack. The heat had subsided, but the golden glow pulsed in sync with the chamber's crystals. How exactly do we do this? Before Miguel could respond, the sound of footsteps and voices came dangerously close. Carlos, who was guarding the entrance, whispered urgently, "They're coming." "Quickly," Miguel commanded. "Place the artifacts on the altar." "Diana, how is the translation of the rituals?" Diana frantically consulted her notes. The text mentions something about a blood tribute of the pure in heart. Blood? Carlos turned pale. "That doesn't look good to me." Miguel examined the altar in more detail and noticed small concavities on its surface. "We don't need much," he concluded. "Just a few drops from each of us." Ana Sofia had already pulled out her pocket knife. "If it helps us protect these relics and reverse the curses, I'm in." She made a small cut on her finger and let a few drops of blood fall into one of the hollows. The others followed suit as the sound of the pursuers grew closer and closer. As the last drop of blood touched the altar, the crystals on the walls pulsed intensely, and a low hum filled the chamber. "Look!" Carlos exclaimed, pointing to the channels on the floor. A glowing liquid, similar to mercury, began to flow through them, forming complex patterns that expanded from the altar to the walls. The air became electrically charged, and the artifacts on the altar began to gently levitate. The golden figurine slowly spun in the air, its glow intensifying until it almost blinded the group. "Get down!" Miguel shouted as a wave of golden energy exploded from the altar. Piercing the walls of the chamber, the group dropped to the ground, covering their heads. As the light dimmed, sounds of screams and confusion echoed from the tunnel. Miguel risked a look and saw that a translucent barrier had formed at the entrance to the chamber. "It seems to have worked," Diana said, standing up gingerly. "But for how long?" As if answering his question, a deep, ancient voice echoed through the chamber, speaking in Nahuatl, the language of the Aztecs. Miguel translated for his team. "Those who seek protection from the guardians must prove their worth. The path ahead will test not only their courage, but also their wisdom and compassion." The artifacts gently returned to the altar, but now they emanated a different, more serene aura. Miguel noticed that additional symbols had appeared on their surfaces. "These are instructions," he realized, examining the new carvings. "Each artifact has its own purification ritual. We need to perform them in the correct order to undo the curses." Ana Sofia, who had approached one of the walls, caught the group's attention. "Professor, I think I found something. It looks like a map, different from the one in the tunnel." The group gathered around the wall where a luminous map had materialized, showing a series of locations marked with distinct symbols. "They're temples," Diana explained, consulting her notes. "Each dedicated to a different deity. Rituals must be performed in those specific locations." Carlos was photographing frantically. "But how are we going to get to all these places without the collectors catching up to us?" Miguel studied the map carefully. "Some of these temples do not appear in any known archaeological record. They must have been kept secret for centuries." A new tremor shook the chamber, but this time it felt different, more controlled, almost like a rhythmic pulse. "What is happening now?" asked Ana Sofia, holding on to the altar to keep her balance. Diana, who had approached a new series of hieroglyphics that had begun to glow, replied, "The chamber is showing us the way. Each pulse indicates the direction of the first temple." Miguel quickly organized the group. We need to move. The barrier won't last forever, and now we have a clear objective. As they carefully collected the artifacts, Diana continued translating the new symbols. There is a warning here. It says that others have tried to perform the rituals before, but failed because of greed. What happened to them? Carlos asked, adjusting his camera. It doesn't say specifically, Diana replied, but it does mention something about being consumed by the same darkness that lived in their hearts. Miguel led the group towards a new passage that had revealed itself in the opposite wall. Then, we cannot fail. It's not just about protecting the artifacts now. It's about preventing their power from being used for evil. As they crossed the newly revealed passage, the group could hear the frustrated sounds of their pursuers on the other side of the barrier. They were safe for now, but they knew their journey was just beginning. The new tunnel was different from the previous ones, more elaborate, with reliefs on the walls telling ancient stories of gods and heroes. The air was cooler, and a gentle breeze guided them forward. Where does this take us? Asked Ana Sofia, adjusting her backpack. If the map is correct, Michael replied, to the first temple. And if the texts are right, each temple will present us with its own set of challenges. The group advanced in silence, each member lost in their own thoughts about what lay ahead. The light from the crystals gradually dimmed, being replaced by a natural clarity that suggested they were approaching the surface. The natural light intensified as the group emerged from the tunnel, revealing a clearing surrounded by dense vegetation. The first temple rose majestically before them, a pyramidal structure, smaller and older than the famous tourist pyramids of Chichen Itza. How did this remain hidden for so long? Asked Carlos, amazed, already preparing his camera to document the discovery. Miguel examined the structure with experienced eyes. Notice how the vegetation grew in specific ways around it. It was no accident. The ancient guardians developed techniques to camouflage their sacred temples. Ana Sofia approached the entrance of the temple, where a series of symbols glowed softly. Professor, these are different from the ones we've seen before. Diana joined her, consulting her notes. It's an older dialect. It talks about purification through the elements: water, fire, earth, and air. A distant sound of helicopters made the group tense up. The collectors must have called for reinforcements, Miguel said urgently. We need to go in. The entrance to the temple was narrow, requiring them to enter in single file. The interior was surprisingly well preserved, with elaborate murals covering the walls. Ancient torches lit spontaneously as they advanced, creating dancing shadows that seemed to bring the painted figures to life. That's impossible, muttered Carlos, filming the torches that lit themselves. These torches should have been dry for centuries. I think impossible no longer applies to our case, replied Ana Sofia, still holding the figurine tightly in her backpack. The corridor opened into a circular chamber with 4 distinct altars, each decorated with symbols representing the elements. In the center, a raised platform featured carvings that appeared to perfectly match the figurine's base. It's here, said Miguel, approaching the center. Ana, the statuette, please. Before they could proceed, a deafening roar shook the temple, and a spectral figure materialized before them. a translucent Aztec warrior, his armor glowing with a light of its own. Those who seek purification must first face their own fears. The figure spoke in Nahuatl, his voice echoing off the ancient walls. Diana translated quickly, her hands shaking slightly as she wrote it down. He says each of us must pass an individual test. The warrior gestured, and 4 portals of light appeared, each emanating a different energy. Choose wisely, he warned, for each portal will reveal the truth in your hearts. Miguel looked at his team. We cannot hesitate now. Each of us must face his test. Ana Sofia was the first to approach a portal, one that glowed a deep blue, like the ocean waters. I've always been afraid of deep water, she admitted. I think this is mine. Carlos chose the portal that burned in shades of red and orange. Fire has always fascinated and terrified me, he said, adjusting his camera one last time before putting it away. Diana approached the portal that emanated an earthy, brown, and green light. The earth holds secrets that we are not always prepared to discover. Miguel was left with the last portal, which sparkled with an ethereal silver light. Air, the element of change and wisdom. The spectral warrior nodded solemnly. Remember, true courage is not in not feeling fear, but in facing it with noble purpose. One by one, they passed through their respective portals. Ana Sofia found herself in an underwater environment where she needed to face not only her fear of the depths, but also discover the truth about her own inner strength. Carlos was transported to a setting of ancient flames, where memories of childhood trauma mixed with lessons about the transformative power of fire. Diana found herself in a primitive cave, where the secrets of the land revealed ancient truths about the connection between past and present. Miguel floated in an ethereal void, where the voices of the wind carried echoes of past decisions and future responsibilities. Each test was deeply personal, forcing them to confront not only their fears, but also their deepest doubts, regrets, and aspirations. When they finally emerged, seconds or eternities later, everyone was transformed. Their eyes shone with new understanding, and a different energy emanated from their bodies. You have proven your worth, declared the warrior. Now you may proceed with the purification ritual. Ana Sofia placed the statuette on the central platform, and immediately the 4 altars began to shine in sequence. The group positioned themselves, each in front of the altar corresponding to their element. We need to channel the energy we received in our tests, Miguel explained, translating the instructions that now shone in the air. It's the only way to purify the figurine and begin reversing the curses. The sound of helicopters was closer now, and footsteps could be heard at the temple entrance. Collectors had found them. We don't have much time, Carlos warned, positioning himself at his altar. Focus, Miguel instructed. No matter what happens, stay focused on the ritual. As the invaders approached, the group began the ritual. Energy flowed through them, each contributing newfound strength to their trials. The figurine began to levitate, its golden glow intensifying until it created a dome of light that enveloped the entire chamber. The first invaders to reach the chamber's entrance were repelled by an invisible force. The energy of the ritual created an impenetrable barrier. It's working, Diana exclaimed, holding her hands out towards the figurine. The golden light intensified even more, and ancient symbols began to appear in the air, forming an energetic map that showed the path to the next temples. The spectral warrior watched with approval. The first seal has been broken, he announced. But remember, each temple will present greater challenges, and time is running out. The energy of the ritual gradually diminished, leaving the group exhausted but determined. The figurine, now partially purified, emitted a softer, more controlled glow. Miguel quickly studied the energy map that still hovered in the air. The next temple is deep in the jungle, he announced, memorizing the path. But there's something different now. The symbols indicate we need to get there before the next sunrise. Diana, still catching her breath from the ritual, consulted her notes. The inscriptions mention a specific alignment of the stars. If we miss this window of time, we will have to wait another full lunar cycle. The sound of the helicopters had died down, but everyone knew it was only a matter of time before their pursuers found another way to catch up. Anna Sophia checked her backpack, making sure all the artifacts were safe. There is a secret passage at the back of the temple, the spectral warrior reported, pointing to a seemingly solid wall. It will take them across the mountain, saving precious time. Carlos, who had recovered his camera, quickly documented the last moments in the temple. How will we know we are on the right path? In response, the figurine in his hands began to pulse, emitting a more intense glow when pointed in a certain direction. It looks like we have our compass, smiled Anna Sophia. The group hurried towards the secret passage, which opened silently at their touch. Unlike the previous tunnels, this one was clearly of more recent origin, probably built by the last guardians of the temple. Be careful, warned the warrior before he began to fade away. The next temple is guarded by the spirit of Tlaloc, the rain god. His trials are unpredictable. As they progressed through the tunnel, Miguel shared his knowledge. Tlaloc was known for his duality. He could bring both fertilizing rain and devastating storms. His rituals often involved water and sacrifice. What kind of sacrifice? Asked Carlos, nervously. It wasn't always literal, Diana replied. Sometimes the sacrifice was symbolic, the giving up of something valuable, or a sacred promise. The tunnel began to slope downward, and the air became more humid. Small drops of water ran down the walls, and the distant sound of running water echoed ahead. Professor, called Anna Sophia, her voice tense. The figurine is getting hotter. Again. Miguel stopped to examine the artifact. New symbols had appeared on its surface, shining with a bluish light. These are warnings, he translated, about greater consequences if we fail the next rituals. Distant thunder reverberated through the tunnel, making everyone startle. This doesn't look natural, Carlos observed, looking nervously at the tunnel ceiling. It's not, Diana confirmed. Tlaloc is aware of our presence, and from the sound of it, he doesn't seem very happy. The group quickened their pace, guided by the figurine's pulsing light. The tunnel began to widen, revealing ancient paintings on the walls that depicted rituals of purification and sacrifice. Look, exclaimed Anna Sophia, pointing forward. A natural waterfall divided the tunnel in two, its water glowing with an otherworldly luminescence. Miguel examined the symbols near the waterfall. We need to cross, he concluded. Water is part of the test. But which way? Asked Carlos, observing the two passages beyond the waterfall. Diana studied the writing on the walls. One path leads to salvation. The other, she hesitated, to eternal dissolution. Another thunder, closer this time, shook the tunnel. Small stones began to fall from the ceiling, and the flow of the waterfall intensified. We don't have much time, Miguel warned. The figurine, it must show us the way. Ana Sofia held the artifact towards the two passages. The golden glow remained constant for a moment, then pulsed strongly towards the right passage. Are you sure? Asked Carlos, observing the turbulent water they would need to cross. In response, a sound of voices echoed from the tunnel behind them. The pursuers had found the secret passage. We have no choice, Miguel decided. All together, on the count of 3. The group positioned themselves, tightly holding their apetos backpacks with the artifacts. The water in the waterfall seemed almost alive now, moving in impossible patterns. 1, 2, 3. They plunged through the waterfall, the icy water penetrating their bones. For a moment, everything was confusion and turmoil. Then, unexpectedly, they emerged on the other side, completely dry. Impossible, muttered Carlos, touching his dry clothes. Look, Diana exclaimed, pointing forward. Before them stood the second temple, partially submerged in an underground lake. Blue crystals illuminated the environment, creating dancing reflections in the water. In the center of the temple, a colossal figure of Tlaloc dominated the space, his jade eyes glowing with a life of their own. Welcome, a thundering voice echoed through the chamber. To the domains of Tlaloc, you have proven your mettle by choosing the correct path, but the true test has only begun. The statue of Tlaloc moved, its giant head turning to face them. The curses that seek to reverse have been sealed with water and blood. Only through the same can they be undone. Miguel stepped forward, holding the statuette. We are prepared to do whatever is necessary. An enigmatic smile appeared on Tlaloc's stony face. We'll see, he replied, as the water in the lake began to stir. We'll see. The group prepared to face their next challenge, knowing that each step brought them closer to not only reversing the curses, but also to a deeper understanding of the mysteries they had awakened. The fate of the artifacts, and possibly the world, depended on his next actions. The halls of Osiris's underground palace echoed with the soft sound of sandals against the polished alabaster floor. Amenemhat, a royal scribe for over 2 decades, walked with his usual dignified posture, carrying his writing tools with the same reverence as a priest carries his sacred objects. The scroll of virgin papyrus under his left arm and the palette of paints in his right hand were more than mere instruments. They were the keys to preserving the eternal truth he was about to witness. The air was heavy with the scent of frankincense and myrrh, a mixture that made your eyes water slightly as you approached the imposing hall of judgment. The walls, covered in hieroglyphics that glowed with their own light, told ancient stories of other trials, other souls that had passed through there. But something in the air told Amenemhat that this one would be different. Upon entering the vast, circular chamber, he was greeted by the majestic sight that, even after all these years, still made his heart race. Osiris, the great god of the dead, sitting on his throne of gold and lapis lazuli, his skin a shade of green that symbolized resurrection and eternal life. At his side, jackal-headed Anubis stood as vigilant as ever, and Thoth, the ibis-headed god of wisdom, waited to record the verdict in his own holy book. Amenemhat took his designated place, a small cedar wooden bench to the right of the throne, and began preparing his materials. As he mixed black paint with water on the palette, he watched the arrival of the soul who would be judged today. Neferkeperur, a merchant from the city of Thebes, who had passed away 3 days ago. What made this case particular was the fact that Neferkeperur was not just there to have her heart weighed against Mayat's pen, as was customary. He had requested a special trial, claiming that his actions in life, some questionable in the eyes of society, were influenced and even necessary due to events that occurred in his past lives. Come closer, Neferkeperur. Osiris's voice resounded through the chamber like distant thunder, making the flames of the torches flicker. You dare ask for a different judgment, claiming that the past justifies the present. Speak then. The deceased merchant stepped forward. Even in death, his posture maintained the elegance that characterized him in life. Great Osiris, supreme judge of the dead, I come before you not to escape my actions, but so that they may be understood in their entirety. For every choice I have made in this life has been an echo of previous lives, an attempt to balance old debts and correct past mistakes. Amenemhat watched with growing interest as his hands skillfully recorded each word. In all his years as a scribe of the dead, he had never witnessed a soul argue like this. Generally, the dead arrived trembling with fear, hoping that their hearts were lighter than the feather of truth. Throughout my life as a merchant, continued Neferkeperur, I was accused of dishonesty in business and of accumulating wealth in questionable ways. But every coin I obtained was directed toward helping those whom, in past lives, I had unknowingly harmed. Anubis tilted his canine head, his eyes shining with unusual interest. Thoth, in turn, made a note on his own parchment, his quills fluttering softly. You speak of past lives, said Osiris, his voice now softer, but no less powerful. Show us then. Open your K so we can see these connections you claim exist. It was at this moment that Amenemhat felt something extraordinary happen. The air in the chamber seemed to grow thicker, and images began to form in the space between Neferkeperur and the throne of Osiris, like colored smoke that took on shape and substance. Scenes from other times began to materialize. The scribe found himself faced with a unique challenge: how to record not only the words and events of the present trial, but also the visions of the past unfolding before him. His hands moved urgently over the papyrus, creating symbols and hieroglyphics that attempted to capture the complexity of what he witnessed. The first vision showed Neferkeperur in a previous life, as a young farmer during the reign of Amenhotep III. In that lifetime, his ignorance had led to the ruin of several families when he unknowingly sold contaminated grain. The guilt of that life haunted him through the centuries, manifesting itself in his last incarnation as a compulsion to accumulate wealth, not out of greed, but to have the means to help those in need. As the images continued to flow, Amenemhat realized he was recording more than just a trial. It was documenting a new understanding of divine justice itself, where each action was not an isolated event, but part of a complex web that stretched across multiple lifetimes. The silence in the room was profound, broken only by the soft scratching of Amenemhat's calamus against the papyrus and the occasional crackle of torches. The deities present watched with renewed attention, as if they themselves were learning something new about the nature of human existence. "You must understand," said Neferkeperur, her voice echoing with a conviction that made Amenemhat look up from his work, "that every action I took in this last life was an attempt to weave again the threads of destiny that had been tangled in previous lives. I ask not for absolution from my actions, but rather understanding of their greater purpose." It was at this moment that Amenemhat realized that he was not just recording an ordinary trial, he was documenting a pivotal moment in the history of Egyptian divine justice. The implications of what he was witnessing were vast and profound, and he knew that his notes would serve not only as a record, but as testimony to a new way of understanding the interaction between past, present, and future in the great tapestry of existence. As visions of Neferkeperur's past lives continued to manifest in the Hall of Judgment, Amenemhat noticed a subtle pattern emerging in the ethereal images. Each scene seemed connected to the next by an invisible thread of intention and consequence, like beads on a perfectly ordered necklace. A new vision took shape, more vivid than the previous ones. It showed Neferkeperur in a life as a scribe, not unlike Amenemhat himself during the reign of Ramesses II. In that lifetime, he had altered important records for fear of displeasing a powerful noble, causing injustice to dozens of workers. The guilt of that seemingly minor act had turned into an obsession with truth and transparency in their subsequent lives. "Notice," said Neferkeperur, gesturing to the unfolding scene, "how each choice, each decision, created ripples that ran through the fabric of time. In my last life as a merchant, I established a system of records so meticulous that other merchants considered me obsessive. But it was my way of making up for the forgery I committed as a scribe." Amenemhat felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing these words. As a current scribe, he knew intimately the weight of the responsibility of recording the truth. His hands continued their ceaseless work, documenting not only the words and visions, but also the subtle nuances of emotion that permeated each revelation. Anubis moved from his position, approaching the floating images with renewed interest. His imposing presence made the visions flicker slightly, like reflections on the surface of a disturbed lake. "Show us more," commanded the jackal-headed god, his deep voice reverberating off the walls of the chamber. A new sequence of images began to take shape, this time showing Neferkeperur in a life as a soldier during one of Egypt's great military campaigns. In this lifetime, he had plundered enemy villages, taking not only riches, but also causing unnecessary suffering to the innocent. This memory, Neferkeperur explained, her voice heavy with grief, weighed more than all others. In my last life as a merchant, I used much of my wealth to establish trade routes with those very regions I had helped to destroy. I created opportunities for trade where before there had been only antagonism. Thoth made a particularly long note on his parchment, his quills fluttering with a movement that suggested approval. Osiris, still motionless on his throne, seemed to absorb every word and image with an attention that made the air in the chamber vibrate with divine energy. Amenemhat watched as each new revelation added layers of complexity to the trial. It was no longer a simple matter of weighing one heart against the pen of Ma'at. It was an intricate assessment of how actions across multiple lives intertwined and influenced one another. In my last incarnation, continued Neferkeperur, I was accused of manipulating prices and markets, but every action I took was calculated not for personal enrichment, but to create a network of shared prosperity. The profits I made were reinvested in communities that, in past lives, I had unknowingly harmed. The images changed again, showing scenes from his more recent life. Prosperous merchants, caravans laden with goods, bustling markets. But now, with the context of their previous lives, these scenes took on a deeper meaning. Each business transaction was not just a business deal, but an attempt to rebalance old karmic debts. Great Osiris, Neferkeperur addressed the god, I do not ask that my recent actions be judged in isolation, for they are but the last page of a much longer book. Every decision I have made has been influenced by the weight of memories I did not even know to carry, but which my soul instinctively recognized. Amenemhat noticed that his own hands had begun to tremble slightly as he recorded these words. The magnitude of what he was witnessing, a new understanding of the very nature of divine justice, made his work as a scribe seem more important than ever. Visions began to overlap, creating a complex mosaic of causes and effects that transcended linear time. Amenemhat saw how a single action in one life created ripples that not only affected future lives, but also influenced the choices and opportunities available in each new incarnation. Notice, said Thoth, speaking for the first time since the trial began, how each life is not a new beginning, but a continuation. The choices we make are not only our own, but also echoes of who we were and seeds of who we will be. Osiris raised his hand, causing the visions to freeze in midair. You have shown us the web of your existence, Neferkeperur, but a crucial question remains. How can we judge actions that are simultaneously consequences of the past and causes of the future? The question hung in the air like incense, and Amenemhat realized that he was witnessing not just an individual judgment, but a moment that could redefine the very nature of Egyptian divine justice. Your notes on this day would serve not only as a record, but as a foundation for a new understanding of the interconnection between all existences. The silence that followed Osiris's question was broken by the gentle movement of Amenemhat's calamus against the papyrus. The scribe realized that every word recorded at this moment was not just ink upon fiber, but a testimony to a fundamental transformation in the understanding of divine justice. Neferkeperur remained silent for a few moments, as if carefully considering her response. Visions of their past lives continued to hang in the air, each one pulsing with its own energy that seemed to respond to the rhythm of its ka. Great Osiris, he began finally. Perhaps the question is not how to judge isolated actions, but how to understand the greater purpose behind them. In my last life, every decision I made was guided by a deep, if unconscious, understanding of previous debts. A new series of images began to form, clearer than the previous ones. They showed Neferkeperur in his later life, sitting in his office at night, studying business records by lamplight. But there was something more to the scenes, a golden aura that seemed to surround their every action, suggesting a deeper intention than simple material gain. See, he continued, pointing to the images, how every transaction I carried out was carefully planned not only to generate profit, but to create opportunities for redemption. When I established trade routes with impoverished regions, it wasn't just trade. It was a way of restoring the balance that I myself had disturbed in previous lives. Anubis approached the visions, his black snout moving as if he smelled the truth in Neferkeperur's words. But how can we be sure, asked the god, that your recent actions have not created new imbalances? How can we know that in trying to correct old injustices, you have not generated new ones? The question made Amenemhat pause in his registers. It was a fundamental question that he himself had begun to consider while documenting the process. How do you measure the true impact of an action when its effects span multiple lives? The images changed again, revealing a complex web of relationships and consequences. Every decision Neferkeperur made in her last life seemed to be connected to dozens of other lives, creating an intricate pattern of cause and effect that extended far beyond the immediately visible. Honored Anubis, replied Neferkeperur, you raise a crucial point. I cannot say with certainty that my recent actions have not generated new karmic debts. What I can say is that each decision was made with full awareness of one's responsibility and with a sincere desire to create more harmony than discord. Thoth, who had remained silent, made a gesture with his hand, causing some of the images to come closer. Notice, said the god of wisdom, how every action, even those seemingly motivated by self-interest, created ripples of benefit for others. When you set higher prices on certain trade routes, the excess profits were used to subsidize trade with poorer regions. Amenemhat noted how his own understanding of the case deepened with each new revelation. His notes were no longer just a record of events, but a complex map of interconnections between past, present, and future. His hieroglyphics seemed to take on a life of their own, dancing across the papyrus as if trying to capture the multidimensional essence of what he witnessed. There is something else, said Neferkeperur, her voice taking on a more urgent tone. In my last life, I was blessed, or perhaps cursed, with dreams and visions that showed me fragments of my previous existences. They were not clear memories, but sensations and intuitions that guided my decisions. The images transformed to show Neferkeperur in moments of solitary reflection, her face marked by an expression of deep contemplation. In some scenes, he appeared to wake up abruptly in the middle of the night, his face revealing the weight of the dream revelations that haunted him. These glimpses of the past, he continued, were not just memories. They were warnings and guides. Each time I found myself faced with an important decision, these ancestral memories would emerge to guide me. What might have seemed like greed or manipulation in the eyes of others was, in fact, a conscious attempt to balance old debts. Osiris, who had remained silent during this part of the testimony, bowed slightly on his throne. His presence, already naturally imposing, seemed to intensify, causing the very shadows in the chamber to retreat. You speak of balance, said the great god, but true balance is more complex than simply compensating for past actions. It is about understanding the role of each existence in the great cycle of creation. Amenemhat felt a shiver run down his spine as he registered these words. There was a deep truth in them that resonated not just with the case at hand, but with his own understanding of the universe and its workings. The visions began to move more quickly now, creating a kaleidoscope of interconnected existences. Each image seemed to contain within it the germ of several others, like a mirror infinitely reflecting its own reflections. Great Osiris, said Nefer-Keperur, her voice now filled with a calm certainty, I ask not that my actions be judged solely by their intentions, but by their actual effects through time. Every decision I made in my last life was part of a larger effort to restore the harmony that I myself had disturbed in previous lifetimes. The words seemed to hang in the air of the chamber, carrying a weight that went beyond their immediate meaning. Amenemhat continued his meticulous recording, realizing that he was documenting not just a trial, but a moment of transformation in the very nature of divine justice. Thoth rose from his position, his feathers glowing with a light of his own as he approached the center of the chamber. The movement caused visions of Nefer-Keperur's past lives to ripple like reflections in water, creating new connections and patterns that Amenemhat hastened to record. There is something deeper here, declared Thoth, his voice carrying the weight of eternal wisdom. It is not just a question of debts and compensations, but of the evolution of the soul itself through existences. The images began to reorganize under the influence of the God of Wisdom, forming an upward spiral that showed Nefer-Keperur's progression through her various lives. Each lifetime seemed to build on the lessons of the previous one, even as it, seemingly, made new mistakes. Amenemhat watched, fascinated, as his calamus danced across the papyrus, trying to capture the complexity of what he witnessed. Words seemed inadequate to express the subtle nuances of the spiritual development unfolding before him. See, Thoth continued, gesturing to the spiral of images, how each life is not only an attempt to right past wrongs, but also an opportunity for deeper understanding. The soldier who sacked villages became the merchant who established trade routes, not just out of remorse, but because his soul had matured to understand the value of cooperation over conquest. Nefer-Keperur watched his own lives with a mixture of recognition and surprise, as if some of the connections shown by Thoth were new even to him. It's true, he admitted. Often, my decisions were guided by an understanding that went beyond simple compensation. It was as if each choice was part of a larger learning experience. Anubis circled the images, his black snout moving as if sniffing the essence of each existence. The interesting thing, observed the jackal-headed god, is that even the apparent setbacks served a greater purpose. When you, as a scribe, falsified records out of fear, that failure led to a deeper commitment to the truth in later lives. Amenemhat felt a chill as he recorded these words, aware of his own responsibility as a scribe. His notes were not just a record of events, but a testimony to the complex interplay between free will and destiny across lifetimes. But there remains one fundamental question, Osiris interjected, his voice reverberating through the chamber. How can we judge actions that are simultaneously the result of conscious choices and part of a larger pattern of spiritual development? The visions flickered in response to the great God's question, as if the question itself had physical weight. Nefer-Keperur stepped forward, her stance reflecting a confidence born not of arrogance, but of genuine understanding. Perhaps, he suggested, judgment should not just focus on isolated actions, but on how each choice contributes to the growth of the soul. In my last life, even when I made decisions that seemed questionable in the eyes of others, there was a deeper conscience guiding my actions. Thoth gestured, and the images transformed to show specific moments from Nefer-Keperur's most recent life. In each scene, it was possible to see not only the external actions, but also a subtle aura that revealed the true intentions behind them. Notice, said the God of Wisdom, how even in the most controversial transactions, there was a greater purpose at play. When you raised prices on certain routes, it was not out of greed, but to create a fund that would allow you to subsidize trade with poorer regions. Amenemhat noted how each new revelation added layers of complexity to the case. His notes once filled several rolls of papyrus, each filled with hieroglyphs that attempted to capture not only the events, but also the subtle interconnections between them. What we see here, Thoth continued, is an example of how free will operates within the larger context of a spiritual development. Every choice you made, Nefer-Keperur, was simultaneously a response to your past and a seed for your future. The images moved again, now showing an even more complex pattern. Each action in one life not only made up for past events, but also created new opportunities for growth and understanding in future lives. It's like a tapestry being woven through time, Anubis noted, his voice carrying an unusual tone of wonder. Each strand represents a choice, but the larger pattern only becomes visible when looking at the complete set. Nefer-Keperur nodded, her expression revealing a deeper understanding of her own journey. During my last life, I often felt the weight of these connections, even though I didn't fully understand them. It was as if every important decision was accompanied by echoes of previous lives, guiding me toward a greater purpose. Amenemhat realized that his work as a scribe had transformed into something much more significant than simple recording. He was documenting a new understanding of the very nature of human existence and its relationship to divine justice. Then perhaps, suggested Osiris, his voice carrying the weight of revelation, the true purpose of this trial is not merely to evaluate your actions, but to understand how each existence contributes to the evolution of the soul through time. The great God's words seemed to crystallize something in the air of the chamber, a truth that had been present all along, but was only now becoming clear. Amenemhat felt his hands tremble slightly as he recorded this pivotal moment, aware that he was witnessing a fundamental transformation in the understanding of divine justice. The images of Neferkeperur's past lives began to merge and transform, creating a more complex and harmonious pattern that hovered in the center of the Hall of Judgment. Amenemhat observed how each scene seemed to flow naturally into the next, revealing a progression that went beyond simple cause and effect. "What we witness here," declared Osiris, his voice echoing with a new quality of understanding, "is more than an individual judgment. It is a revelation about the very nature of divine justice and its relationship to the development of the soul." Thoth approached the floating images, his ibis beak gleaming in the torchlight. "Each life," he explained, "is like a note in a great symphony. In isolation, it may seem discordant or meaningless, but when viewed as part of the whole, it reveals its essential contribution to the greater harmony." Neferkeperur remained silent, watching in awe as the visions of their existence continued to intertwine and reconfigure. Amenemhat noticed how the deceased merchant's countenance had changed since the start of the trial, no longer anxious or defensive, but serene, like someone who finally understands his place in a larger pattern. "See how each apparent transgression in his last life," Thoth continued, gesturing to specific scenes, "was connected to a greater purpose of healing and restoration. His market manipulations, when examined more deeply, reveal themselves to be tools for redistributing resources and opportunities." Anubis, who had been circling the images with growing interest, suddenly stopped. "There's something else here," he said, his snout pointing to a particular series of connections. "Not only did your actions affect those you had harmed in previous lives, but they also inspired others to follow similar patterns of conscious behavior." Oh, the images expanded to show how Neferkeperur's trading practices had influenced other merchants, creating a more ethical and balanced trading network that extended far beyond her own transactions. Amenemhat recorded furiously, realizing that he was documenting not just an individual case, but a fundamental principle of cosmic justice. "It's like a garden," Neferkeperure mused, speaking for the first time in a while. "Each action we plant does not grow in isolation, but affects and nourishes all the other plants around it. My choices in this last life, even those that seemed controversial, were seeds planted with the intention of making something greater than myself flourish." Osiris rose from his throne, a movement so rare that it made Amenemhat almost drop his calamus. The great god of the dead approached the floating images, his presence making them glow with even greater intensity. "What we discover here," declared Osiris, "is that true justice cannot be measured solely by the scales of Ma'at in a single moment. It must be understood through the prism of multiple existences, where each action is simultaneously a consequence and a cause, a harvest and a sowing." The god's words seemed to crystallize something in the air of the chamber, a truth that had been present all along, but was only now becoming fully visible. Amenemhat felt a shiver run down his spine as he recorded this pivotal moment, aware that he was witnessing a fundamental transformation in the understanding of divine justice. "So," asked Neferkeperur, her voice calm but charged with meaning, "how should a soul be judged whose actions are part of a larger pattern of evolution and repair?" Thoth and Anubis exchanged meaningful glances before turning to Osiris, who remained contemplating the intertwined images of multiple existences. The silence in the chamber was so profound that Amenemhat could hear the soft scratching of his own calamus against the papyrus. "Judgment," Osiris finally declared, "must consider not only the weight of individual actions, but also their contribution to the development of the soul and their impact on the greater fabric of existence. Nefer-Seperur, your actions in your last life, although questionable by conventional standards, demonstrate a deeper understanding of responsibility and purpose." The images began to condense, forming a final pattern that seemed to contain within it all of Nefer-Keperur's existences, no longer as separate lives, but as different aspects of a single journey of spiritual development. "This case," continued Osiris, "teaches us that divine justice must be as dynamic and multifaceted as the evolution of the soul itself. We can no longer judge only the present moment without considering the larger context of past existences and their purpose in the future." Amenemhat realized that his hands had stopped writing, absorbed in the magnitude of the moment. He quickly resumed his work, determined not to miss a single word of this historic revelation. "Therefore," Osiris concluded, his voice resounding with divine authority, "I declare that Nefer-Keperur will not only be judged favorably, but her case will serve as a new precedent for future judgments. From this moment on, we will consider not just isolated actions, but their relationship to the larger pattern of the soul's development across lifetimes." The images of past lives began to gently dissolve, but not before Amenemhat noticed how each one left a luminous trace in the air, like stars, forming a new constellation of understanding. Nefer-Keperur bowed in a deep bow, her spiritual form glowing with an inner light that seemed to reflect newfound wisdom. "I thank you not only for the trial," he said, "but for the opportunity to more fully understand the purpose of my own journey." Amenemhat completed his entries with a sense of deep gratitude for having been witness to this transformative moment. His notes were not just a legal document, but a testimony to the evolution of divine justice itself, a new chapter in understanding the interconnectedness between all existences. As the Hall of Judgment slowly returned to its usual atmosphere, the scribe realized that he had documented much more than a simple case. He had recorded a pivotal moment in the history of Egyptian divine justice, a moment that would forever change the way souls would be judged in the court of Osiris. The wind howled across the green hills of ancient Ireland, carrying with it the echo of stories yet untold. Finn McCool, the legendary warrior of the Fianna, sat at the edge of a roaring fire, his gaze lost in the dancing flames as his companions rested around him. His calloused fingers absently touched the scar that marked his face, a constant reminder of past battles and losses that weighed heavily on his heart. The Fianna camp was quiet that night, except for the occasional neighing of horses and the soft murmur of conversation around the fires. Oisin, Finn's poet son, watched his father with concern. Lately, he had noticed a change in the great warrior, an invisible weight that seemed to grow every day, a sadness that not even the greatest victories in battle could dispel. Father, Oisin spoke softly, approaching the fire, the bards have begun to sing of the cauldron of Caradwyn again. His eyes glittered with a mixture of hope and caution. They say he has been seen in the northern lands. Finn looked up, a spark of interest lighting his tired eyes. The cauldron of Caradwyn was an ancient legend, a magical artifact that, according to stories, possessed the power to heal any wound. But it wasn't the physical wounds that tormented Finn. It was the invisible ones, the ones that bled silently in his heart. The cauldron is just a children's story, Oisin, replied Finn, but his voice betrayed a hint of curiosity. Beside him, Bran, his faithful hound, raised his head, his intelligent eyes fixed on his master. A figure emerged from the shadows. It was Diarmuid, the youngest and most impetuous of the Fianna warriors. His face was marked by fierce determination. These are not just stories, my leader. I met a traveling druid yesterday. He spoke of the cauldron with his own eyes. It is in the lands of the others, beyond the veil of mist. Diarmuid's words caused a murmur among the warriors gathered around. The fire, the others, were creatures from ancient legends, beings that inhabited a realm parallel to that of mortals. Crossing to their lands was a journey that few dared to undertake, and even fewer returned to tell the story. Gall MacMorna, Finn's former rival, who now served as his most loyal advisor, approached with heavy steps. The lands of the others are treacherous, Finn, but if there's a chance of finding the cauldron, his voice trailed off, leaving the implications hanging in the night air. Finn slowly stood up, his imposing figure casting a long shadow over the camp. Years of Fianna leadership had left their mark, not just in visible scars, but also in invisible ones. Every warrior lost in battle, every difficult decision, every necessary sacrifice, it all weighed on his soul like armor that could not be removed. There is more to the cauldron stories than simple physical healing, said a soft voice. Everyone turned to see Sile, the clan's healer, emerging from the darkness. Her silver hair shone in the firelight, and her eyes carried the wisdom of many moons. The true power of the cauldron of Caradwyn lies in its ability to heal the wounds that the eyes cannot see, the pains that no medicine can reach. Seal's words touched something deep in Finn. He thought of all the nights he woke up with a start, haunted by nightmares of battles past. He thought about the faces of his lost companions that haunted him in his silent moments. He thought of the guilt and regret he carried, heavy as the ancient stones that marked the Irish hills. We'll need a small group, Finn finally stated, his decision made. Quick, silent movement through the lands of the others. His eyes roamed the faces around him, assessing each one. Oisin, Diarmuid, you will come with me. Gall, I need you to lead the Fianna in my absence." A respectful silence fell over the camp, broken only by the crackling of the fire. Every warrior present knew that this was not just another quest for glory or treasure. It was a journey for the very soul of their leader. Siley approached Finn, handing him a small leather bag. "Herbs for the journey," she explained, "and something else." She lowered her voice so only he could hear. "Remember, Finn McCool, that sometimes the greatest battles are fought within ourselves." As preparations for the journey began, Finn remained standing, watching the stars that dotted the night sky. Bran sat beside her, offering the silent comfort of his presence. The wind continued to blow through the hills, but now it seemed to carry a new purpose, a call that echoed in the depths of his being. The search for the cauldron of Caradwyn would be more than a simple adventure. It would be a journey into the heart of her own wounds, a chance to find healing, not just for herself, but perhaps for all Fianna who bore their own invisible scars. As dawn broke, Finn McCool, the legendary warrior, would set out not in search of glory or fame, but in search of something far more precious, the peace that had eluded him for so long. The camp gradually fell silent, but the anticipation of the journey to come hung in the air like mist over the Irish hills. Tomorrow, when the sun rose, an adventure would begin that would change not only Finn's destiny, but his understanding of what it truly means to be a warrior, not just on the battlefield, but also in the depths of the human heart. With the first ray of sunlight, Finn, Oisin, and Diarmuid departed the Fianna camp. Bran, the loyal hound, followed at his master's side, his attentive nose picking up the scents of the morning. The small group traveled light, carrying only the essentials on their mounts: provisions, weapons, and Sile's bag of herbs. The familiar landscape of the Irish lands gradually gave way to lesser-known territories. The green hills became steeper, and the fog that hung over the ground seemed denser and full of mystery. Oisin, always attentive to ancient legends, shared stories about the lands of the others as they rode. "They say time flows differently beyond the veil," he murmured, his eyes scanning the shadows between the trees. "A day in your lands can be a year in our world, or a moment can last an eternity." Diarmuid, restless in his saddle, added, "And the inhabitants? I have heard stories of creatures that change shape at will, of music that bewitches the soul until you forget who you are." Finn listened in silence, his mind wandering between the present and the memories that haunted him. Sela's words echoed in his thoughts. The greatest battles are fought within ourselves. How many internal battles had he fought over the years, hiding his pain under the mask of a fearless warrior? At noon, they stopped near a stream to rest their horses. As Diarmuid prepared a simple meal, Finn watched his reflection in the crystal clear waters. The scar on his face seemed deeper, as if the stories of his battles were etched not just into his flesh, but into his very essence. "Father," called Oisin, sitting down beside him, "you never told me how you got that scar." Finn touched the mark on his face, feeling the familiar relief beneath his fingers. "It was during the Battle of Glenmama," he began, his voice thick with memories. "It wasn't the blade that left the biggest mark, but the price of victory that day." Before he could continue, Bran stood up suddenly, his ears alert and a low growl in his throat. The mist around them began to thicken unnaturally, snaking between the trees like ghostly fingers. "Get ready," ordered Finn, his hand instinctively reaching for the sword. "We are approaching the Vale." The temperature dropped sharply, and the air became heavy with an ancient and mysterious energy. The horses fidgeted, their hooves tapping nervously on the ground. Among the mist, shadows began to dance, taking on vaguely human shapes before dissolving again. A distant song reached his ears, sweet and seductive, carrying promises of peace and oblivion. Oisin, being the son of a woman from the others, recognized the danger immediately. "Don't listen," he warned, his voice tense. "That's what they call travelers to their kingdom." Diarmuid had already drawn his sword, his eyes scanning the fog for tangible threats. "How do we get across?" he asked, his young voice betraying a hint of apprehension. Finn removed the bag of herbs that Sile had given him, finding among them a small bunch of dried fern. "The healer knew we'd get here," he murmured, a knowing smile on his lips. Following an ancient instinct, Finn burned the fern, letting its smoke mix with the mist. Gradually, a path began to form before them, as if nature itself responded to the ancient ritual. "Stay together," Finn instructed, guiding his horse along the newly revealed path. "The veil tries to separate us, to confuse our senses. Remember what brought us here." As they advanced, the reality around them began to distort. Trees seemed to shift when unobserved, and shadows moved against the wind. Time lost its meaning. It could have been hours or just minutes since they entered the fog. Bran stood close to Finn, his eyes shining with unearthly wisdom. The dog seemed to be able to see through the illusions of the veil, guiding them when the path became uncertain. Suddenly, the fog dissipated, revealing a landscape that defied comprehension. The sky above them displayed impossible colors, and the trees around them had trunks that seemed to be made of living crystal. They had crossed into the lands of the others. "Welcome, seekers," said a melodious voice, and everyone turned to see a figure emerging from among the crystalline trees. She was a woman of ethereal beauty, her hair like strands of silver light, and her eyes containing the depths of ancient oceans. Finn felt a shiver run down his spine, not of fear, but of recognition. There was something familiar about the creature, something that touched a memory long buried in his heart. "You expected us," he said. Not a question, but an observation. The woman smiled, a gesture that seemed to lighten the air around her. "The cauldron calls to those who need it, Finn McCool. But the path to it is not a simple matter of distance. It is a journey through the shadows of your own heart." Her words echoed through the group, carrying a weight that went beyond their superficial meaning. They had arrived in the lands of the others, but their true journey was just beginning. The cauldron of Caradwen awaited them, but first they would have to face the ghosts that each one carried with them. The ethereal figure guided the group through the surreal landscape of the lands of the others. Each step revealed new wonders and terrors, flowers that sang silent melodies, trees whose branches moved like dancing serpents, and shadows that seemed to have a life of their own. "My name is Aithna," the woman revealed, her voice echoing like crystal clear music. I am one of the guardians of the cauldron. We have long awaited your arrival, Finn McCool. Oisin observed Aethna with fascination, recognizing in her traits similar to those of his own mother, who also belonged to the people of the others. Diarmuid, in turn, kept his hand firmly on the hilt of his sword, his eyes watching every movement in the shadows around him. How could you have waited for us? Questioned Finn, his deep voice cutting through the mystical air. Even I didn't know it was coming until a few days ago. Aethna smiled, a gesture that seemed to lighten the air around her. Time flows differently. Here, warrior, what for you was a recent decision, for us was an ancient certainty. Your wounds called to the cauldron long before you knew of its existence. They continued walking along a path that wound between living crystals, each reflecting the traveler's memories and dreams. Finn found himself confronted with images of past battles, victories, and defeats that had shaped his life. In one of the crystals, he saw the exact moment he received his scar. Not only the physical blow, but also the emotional weight of that day. The cauldron is no ordinary object, Aethna explained, noticing Finn's gaze on the crystallized memories. Its power lies not just in physical healing, but in the ability to confront and reconcile with the wounds we carry in our souls. Bran, who had been walking next to Finn, suddenly stopped, his ears alert. A distant sound reached them, a sad, ancient song filled with laments and promises of consolation. Diarmuid was the first to feel its effects, his eyes becoming distant, as if lost in painful memories. Don't let the music seduce you, warned Aethna, her voice taking on an urgent tone. They are the wailing banshees. They feed on the pain of mortals, offering oblivion as a false cure. Finn felt the power of the music pulling his own memories to the surface, the weight of every decision that had cost a warrior his life, the look of disappointment in his father's eyes when he was young, the loneliness of command. It was tempting to let go, to let the banshees take all the pain away. Father, Oisin's voice cut through the incantation, grounding Finn in the present. Remember what Sile said. The greatest battles are fought within ourselves. His son's words acted as a shield against the hypnotic music. Finn shook his head, clearing his thoughts, and saw that Diarmuid was still fighting the enchantment. With a quick movement, he grabbed the young warrior by the shoulder, bringing him back to reality. The path to the cauldron is never direct, said Aethna silently, approving of Finn's strong will. Each traveler must face his own demons before he is deemed worthy of your presence. They continued their journey, now more alert to the subtle dangers that surrounded them. The landscape began to change again, the crystals giving way to a grove of silvery trees, whose leaves whispered secrets in a long-forgotten language. Here, announced Aethna, standing before a circle of ancient stones, each of you will face a test. I cannot say what it will be, for the test manifests itself according to the wounds each bears. Finn looked at his companions. Oisin, the poet's son who always fought to prove his worth in a world of warriors. Diarmuid, the impetuous young man carrying the weight of ancient expectations. And he himself, the legendary leader of the Fianna, a prisoner of his own memories and responsibilities. We'll go in one at a time, Finn decided, his voice carrying the authority of years of leadership. I will go first. Before she could take a step toward the circle of stones, Aithna raised her hand. No, Finn McCool, this time you cannot lead. Some journeys must be taken alone, and some lessons must be learned by watching those we trust. Diarmuid stepped forward, surprising everyone. I will go first, he declared, his young voice firm despite the fear visible in his eyes. If I must prove myself as a warrior of the Fianna, let it be by facing my own demons. Finn watched with a mixture of pride and apprehension as Diarmuid walked towards the circle of stones. As soon as the young warrior crossed the threshold, a thick fog enveloped his figure, hiding him from the view of others. The silence that followed Diarmuid's entry into the circle of stones was as thick as the fog that had enveloped him. Finn and Oisin remained motionless, their eyes fixed on the spot where the young warrior had disappeared. Bran sat at his master's feet, a soft whimper escaping his throat. Suddenly, a scream rent the air. Diarmuid's voice, filled with anguish and despair. Finn's instinct urged him forward, but Aithna blocked his path with a gentle gesture. He must face this alone, she reminded him, her voice gentle but firm. Each test is a reflection of the shadows that dwell in our hearts. Within the circle of stones, Diarmuid found himself on a familiar battlefield, the same battle where his father had fallen. Years ago, the young warrior was forced to relive that traumatic moment, but this time as an observer, unable to interfere. It's just an illusion, he muttered to himself, his hands clenching the hilt of his sword until his knuckles turned white. Just an illusion. But the images were too vivid, the sounds and smells of battle as real as that fateful day. He saw his father fighting bravely. He saw the moment the enemy blade met his flesh, and he felt that crushing helplessness again. Outside, Oisin began to quietly recite an ancient poem of protection, his words mingling with the wind that blew through the silvery trees. Finn recognized the poem. It was the same one his own mother used to sing when he was a child. Inside the circle, the scene changed. Diarmuid now found himself faced with a younger version of himself, a frightened boy who had just lost his father and who vowed to become the Fianna's greatest warrior to honor his memory. You've been carrying this weight for so long, a voice echoed around him, not his father's voice, but something older, deeper, the desire to prove himself, the fear of not being worthy of the legacy he inherited. Diarmuid felt hot tears running down his face. I couldn't save him, he admitted, words he had held on to for so long. How can I be worthy of the Fianna when I couldn't even protect my own father? True courage, replied the voice, is not in never failing, but in continuing to move forward despite failures. Your father did not die by his weakness, young warrior. He lived by his strength. Outside, Finn watched the fog pulse with a soft light. His thoughts turned to all the young warriors he had trained over the years, each carrying their own invisible scars. Within the circle, Diarmuid now found himself in an empty space except for a single figure, his father, not as the warrior fallen in battle, but as the man who smiled as he taught his young son to hold a sword for the first time. Father, whispered Diarmuid, his voice shaking. The figure smiled, a smile full of love and pride. You have become stronger than I ever dreamed, son, not because of your desire for revenge or the pursuit of glory, but because of the compassion you kept in your heart despite everything. The words struck Diarmuid like a ray of light through the darkness. Years of guilt and self-doubt began to dissolve, like fog in the morning sun. He finally understood that honoring his father's memory did not mean carrying the weight of his death eternally, but living fully the life he had given him. The mist began to dissipate, and Diarmuid emerged from the circle of stones. His eyes were red with tears, but his face displayed a serenity that Finn had never seen in the young warrior before. You passed the test, Aethna said softly. He faced his deepest fears and found the truth beyond them. Finn placed a hand on Diarmuid's shoulder, a silent gesture of understanding and respect. The young warrior had changed, not visibly, but at his core, where the deepest wounds began to heal. Oisin took a step forward, his eyes fixed on the circle of stones. Now it's my turn, he declared, his poetic voice carrying iron determination. Before he could enter the circle, Aethna raised her hand again. Wait, she said, her eyes shining with ancient wisdom. Each test must be faced when the heart is ready. The sun is setting in the lands of the others, and with the night come different dangers. As if to confirm his words, a distant howl echoed through the silver forest. Bran responded with a low growl, his hair standing up on the back of his neck. We need to find shelter, Aethna continued. The night in the lands of the others is no place for mortals to roam. The tests will continue when the sun rises again. He led the group through the woods to a clearing where ancient ruins formed a protective circle. Ancient symbols glowed faintly on the stones, and the air within the circle felt warmer, safer. While Oisin and Diarmuid prepared a small camp, Finn watched the sky changing color. The stars that began to appear had strange shapes, forming constellations that told unknown stories. Trials aren't just about facing our fears, Aethna said, silently approaching Finn. They're about understanding that our wounds, however deep, are also part of who we become. Finn touched the scar on his face, thinking about all the other marks, visible and invisible, he carried. For the first time, he began to wonder if the cauldron's true purpose was not to erase those scars, but to help them make peace with them. Night fell completely over the lands of the others, bringing with it sounds and shadows that defied mortal understanding. But within the circle of ancient ruins, protected by the glowing symbols, the small group found a peaceful moment to reflect on the day's lessons and prepare for the challenges yet to come. The night in the lands of the others passed uneasily, with strange sounds echoing in the darkness beyond the protective circle of the ancient ruins. Oisin alternated between waking states and dreams populated by visions of his mother, while Diarmuid, still processing his test, remained alert with his hand on his sword. With the first rays of dawn, which painted the sky in colors impossible to describe in any mortal language, Oisin stood up. His face showed the determination of someone who had spent the night in deep contemplation. I'm ready, he declared, looking at the silently waiting circle of stones. Aethna nodded, her eyes shining with ancient wisdom. the son of the warrior and the woman of the others. You carry two worlds within you, Oisin. Your test will be about finding the balance between them. When Oisin crossed the threshold of the stone circle, the mist enveloped him like a cloak. Within it, he found himself in a place between worlds. On one side, the Fianna camp, full of warriors telling stories of battle. On the other, his mother's ethereal realm, where music and poetry flowed like crystal clear water. Always divided, a voice whispered, never quite belonging anywhere. Finn watched the circle of stones with a sinking heart, recognizing his son's struggle. How many times had he seen Oisin trying to prove his worth as a warrior, while his poet's soul yearned for expression? Within the mist, Oisin faced younger versions of himself. The boy who felt inadequate among warriors. The young man who hid his poems for fear of appearing weak. Each memory was a wound that had never completely healed. You don't have to choose, said a voice that reminded her both of her mother and of the wind through the trees. Your strength lies precisely in being both. The revelation hit Oisin like a gentle wave. Years of internal conflict began to dissolve as he finally understood that his duality was not a weakness, but a unique gift. When he emerged from the circle, his eyes sparkled with new understanding. Finn recognized the change in his son, a deep acceptance of who he truly was. The last test is yours, Finn McCool, Aethna announced, her eyes fixed on the leader of the Fianna. Finn advanced towards the circle of stones, Bran at his side until the last moment. As the mist enveloped him, he found himself on a familiar battlefield, not a specific one, but a composite of all the battles he had fought. Leader of the Fianna, a voice boomed, carrying the weight of 1,000 decisions, 1,000 lives, 1,000 deaths. The scenes unfolded before him. Every warrior he had lost, every difficult choice he had made, every moment when the strong leader's mask had almost cracked. His scar began to burn, not with physical pain, but with the memory of all the emotional wounds it represented. You seek the cauldron to heal, the voice continued. But what really needs healing? Finn found himself confronted with his own image. Not the legendary warrior, but the man behind the legend. He saw the weight he carried, the loneliness of command, the constant fear of failing those who depended on him. True strength, whispered the voice, now sounding like a mixture of everyone he had lost, is not in not feeling pain, but in continuing to feel it and still moving forward. Realization hit Finn like a ray of light through the darkness. The cauldron wasn't to erase his scars or eliminate his painful memories. It was to help him accept that these experiences had made him who he was. When the fog cleared, Finn found himself in an ancient chamber where the cauldron of Caradwen rested on a stone pedestal. It was not a grand object, as the legends described, but a simple cauldron, marked by time and use. Aethna appeared at his side, along with Oisin and Diarmuid. The cauldron heals not by erasing, she explained softly, but by helping to understand. Every scar is a story, every pain a lesson, every loss a memory of love. Finn approached the cauldron, his hands touching the ancient metal. There was no explosion of light or spectacular magic, just a gentle feeling of acceptance and understanding spreading through his being. The wounds we carry, he said, his voice thick with emotion, are also our greatest strengths. The return to mortal lands was smoother than the arrival. When they emerged through the veil, they found that only one day had passed in the world of men, although their experiences seemed to have lasted an eternity. The Fianna camp welcomed them with joy and curiosity, but the three travelers carried with them a serenity that went beyond words. Scylla, watching their returns, smiled knowingly. "Did you find what you were looking for?" she asked, although her wise eyes already knew the answer. Finn touched his scar, now no longer a reminder of pain, but a symbol of growth. "We found something greater than healing," he replied. "We found understanding." That night, around the campfire, Oisin composed a poem about his journey, his words weaving a tapestry of experience and wisdom. Diarmuid listened with a new respect, his own understanding of life's scars reflected in the poet's words. And Finn, the legendary leader of the Fianna, watched his warriors with new eyes. Each of them bore their own scars, visible and invisible. And in each of those marks was a story of strength and survival. The cauldron of Caradwyn remained in the lands of the others, but its true power traveled with them, not in the form of magical healing, but in the deep understanding that our wounds make us who we are, and that true healing comes from acceptance and growth through pain. The Cerro Tololo National Observatory, nestled in the Chilean mountains, had been Dr. Helena Santos's temporary home for nearly 3 years. On that particular night, while the other astronomers had retired, she remained glued to the telescope, her brown eyes fixed on the images forming on the computer screen. Something was different in the night sky, something she had never seen before in her 15-year career. "That doesn't make sense," she muttered to herself, adjusting her thin-rimmed glasses as she typed furiously on her keyboard. The data it collected showed an unusual pattern of movement between Mars and Jupiter, an anomaly that seemed to snake through the void of space like a cosmic snake. Helena was known for her obstinacy. At the age of 38, he had already published several revolutionary articles on astronomical anomalies, but nothing compared to what he was witnessing. The phenomenon seemed to intensify as the total solar eclipse, scheduled for 3 days from now, approached. A soft sound of footsteps echoed through the observatory corridor. "Still awake, Helena?" The deep, familiar voice belonged to Dr. Marcus Chen, his longtime colleague and friend. He approached, carrying 2 cups of coffee, and handed one of them to Helena. "Marcus, you need to see this," she said, without looking up from the screen. "I'm tracking something different. It doesn't look like anything we've documented before." Marcus leaned over the monitor, his Asian eyes narrowing as he analyzed the data. As an expert in celestial mechanics, he was the perfect person to confirm Helena's suspicions. "That's interesting. It looks like some kind of gravitational distortion, but the pattern is too regular to be natural." Helena opened a new window on her computer, revealing a series of old images she had been researching. "Look at this," she said, pointing to Egyptian hieroglyphics that showed a giant serpent snaking. Among celestial symbols, It's Apophis, the serpent of chaos in Egyptian mythology. The pattern we're observing is virtually identical. Marcus frowned, ever the skeptic. Helena, you know we can't mix mythology with science. There must be a rational explanation for this. But Helena was already immersed in her research, browsing pages of old texts that she had translated in recent weeks. The Egyptians believed that Apophis would attempt to destroy Ra, the sun god, during a total eclipse. And now, just as we are about to witness one of the rarest eclipses in recent centuries, his phone vibrated, interrupting his thoughts. It was a text message from his former teacher and mentor, Dr. Fatima al-Rahman, a renowned Egyptologist at Cairo University. Helena, we need to talk. It's urgent. Something is happening in the ancient temples. Helena showed the message to Marcus, who sighed deeply. You're not really considering there's a connection, are you? Marcus, in all my years studying the cosmos, I've learned that the universe is much more mysterious than we realize. Helena replied, beginning to gather her equipment. We can't just ignore patterns, just because they don't fit into our current understanding of reality. While organizing her data, Helena received a video call from Fatima. The Egyptologist's wrinkled face seemed tense, her dark eyes filled with concern. Helena, my dear, the hieroglyphs in Edfu Temple, they are glowing, and it is no trick of light or optical illusion. It began exactly when your astronomical phenomenon was detected. Helena felt a shiver run down her spine. The temple of Edfu was dedicated to Horus, the falcon god who, according to mythology, helped Ra in his daily battle against Apophis. Fatima, do you think? I don't know what to think, dear. But the ancient prophecies spoke of signs in the heavens and the earth before the final confrontation, and with the eclipse approaching, Fatima hesitated, as if weighing her next words. I think you need to come to Egypt. Immediately. Marcus, who had overheard the conversation, placed a hand on Helena's shoulder. You're not really thinking about going, are you? We have the eclipse to observe here. Your projects, your responsibilities. Helena looked at the data on her screen, at the cosmic serpent dancing between the planets, and then at Fatima's worried face on the video call. His scientific mind fought the intuition that told him something extraordinary was happening. Marcus, sometimes we need to take unexpected paths to find answers, she said, starting to turn off her equipment. I'm going to Egypt. If there really is a connection between this astronomical phenomenon and the ancient prophecies, I need to find out. Then I'll go with you, Marcus declared, surprising himself and Helena. Someone needs to keep their feet on the ground in science. As they prepared their hasty departure, Helena couldn't shake the feeling that she was about to dive into something much bigger than a simple astronomical anomaly. The snaking pattern in the sky, the glowing hieroglyphs, the impending eclipse, it all seemed part of a cosmic puzzle she was barely beginning to understand. On his computer, the last images captured of the phenomenon showed the serpent moving more quickly, as if it were gaining strength. And somewhere in the Egyptian desert, ancient symbols began to awaken, telling a story that spanned millennia, connecting the mysteries of the past with the enigmas of the present. Helena knew she was about to embark on the most important journey of her life. a quest that could revolutionize not only her understanding of the universe, but also the history of humanity itself. What she didn't yet know was that time was running out, and that the fate of much more than her scientific career could depend on what she discovered in the coming days. The flight to Cairo seemed endless. Helena spent every minute switching between her astronomical data on her laptop and ancient translations of Egyptian texts that Fatima had shared. Beside him, Marcus slept restlessly, occasionally muttering about statistical coincidences in his sleep. "Look at this," Helena whispered to herself, enlarging one of the images on her computer. The snaking pattern he had detected was moving more quickly now, and its trajectory appeared to converge directly with the line of the predicted solar eclipse. A flight attendant approached, offering water. "Ma'am, you will need to turn off your computer for landing," he informed gently. Helena nodded, saving her files. As the plane descended over Cairo, the dawn light painted the sky with shades of pink and orange, creating a spectacle reminiscent of ancient descriptions of Ra's solar boat. At the airport, Fatima was waiting for them, her face marked by anxiety and sleepless nights. He hugged Helena warmly and greeted Marcus with a respectful wave. "Come, we don't have much time. The demonstrations at the temples are intensifying." During the drive to Edfu, Fatima explained that other ancient temples had begun to exhibit similar phenomena. "The hieroglyphs don't just glow, Helena. They seem to change, as if they're telling a story in real time." Marcus, who had remained skeptical until then, frowned. "Physical changes to the hieroglyphics? That's impossible. There must be some rational explanation, perhaps some kind of chemical reaction." "See for yourself," Fatima replied, showing a video on her cell phone. In the images, ancient symbols pulsed with a bluish light, their shapes subtly shifting like a hypnotic dance. Helena connected her laptop to the car's Wi-Fi, checking the latest updates from her colleagues at the observatory. "The phenomenon continues to expand," she reported. "And get this, gravitational perturbations are affecting the orbits of small asteroids in the main belt, like a cosmic snake swallowing its prey." Fatima murmured, her eyes fixed on the road. Just as the ancient prophecies described, the rest of the trip was filled with intense discussions about Egyptian mythology and its possible connections to astronomical phenomena. Marcus continued to argue for scientific explanations, but even his voice began to carry a tone of doubt. They arrived at Edfu Temple at dusk. The place, normally full of tourists, was closed to the public. Only a few archaeologists and researchers were allowed inside, all observing the hieroglyphics with a mixture of fascination and apprehension. This way, Fatima led them through the ancient corridors. The air inside the temple was charged, as if a storm was approaching. Helena felt her hair stand on end when they reached the main chamber. The hieroglyphics on the walls pulsed with a light of their own, creating patterns that moved like waves across the ancient stone. Marcus immediately began photographing and filming, while Helena moved closer to examine the symbols more closely. "This is extraordinary," she whispered, her fingers hovering over the luminous inscriptions. "The pattern of movement is identical to what we observe in space." A young Egyptian archaeologist approached, carrying ancient scrolls. Dr. Al-Rahman, we found more texts in the underground chambers. They speak of a specific alignment, a time when the barriers between the realms would become tenuous. Fatima examined the parchments urgently. Helena, this mentions a portal, a path between the stars that would open during the eclipse. The ancients believed this was when Apophis would make his final push against Ra. But that's mythology, Marcus protested, though his voice betrayed uncertainty. We cannot base scientific conclusions on ancient tales. What if they're not just short stories? Helena questioned, her mind quickly connecting dots. What if our ancestors were trying to warn us about something that only happens at very long intervals? Something they witnessed and tried to document as best they could. A sudden tremor shook the temple, causing everyone to balance. The lights in the hieroglyphics intensified, and for a moment, Helena swore she saw the figures move like an ancient animation, telling a story of battle in the heavens. We need to correlate this data with my astronomical observations, she declared, already preparing her equipment. If there really is a connection between the celestial phenomenon and these events, we need to understand it before the eclipse happens. Fatima nodded, quickly organizing a makeshift work area. I have more translations on my laptop, texts that talk about specific signs that would precede Apophis's return. As they worked, Marcus continued to document the changes in the hieroglyphs, his scientific curiosity finally overcoming his skepticism. The changes appear to follow a mathematical pattern, he noted, as if they responded to some kind of external force. As the night progressed, the group delved deeper and deeper into the mystery. Helena alternated between astronomical analyses and studies of ancient texts, discovering correlations that defied conventional logic. The serpent in space continued its cosmic dance, approaching Earth in a trajectory that would coincide exactly with the moment of the eclipse. Time is running out, Fatima murmured, watching the latest translations. If the prophecies are correct, we have less than 48 hours before the portal opens. Helena looked up at the sky through an ancient opening in the temple's ceiling. The stars looked different from there, as if they were closer, more watchful. Somewhere among them, an ancient force moved, awakened from its millennial slumber, preparing for a confrontation that had been prophesied on the walls of that very temple thousands of years ago. What had begun as an astronomical anomaly was quickly transforming into something much larger, something that challenged modern understanding of the universe. And at the center of it all, an astronomer, an Egyptologist, and a skeptic found themselves in a race against time to decipher a mystery that could have consequences beyond their imagination. The night wore on at the temple of Edfu as Helena, Marcus, and Fatima worked tirelessly to decipher the mysteries unfolding before them. The hieroglyphs continued their luminous dance on the ancient walls, casting shadows that seemed to take on a life of their own. I found something, Helena exclaimed, her eyes fixed on the computer screen. The data shows that the spatial anomaly is creating a kind of gravitational field of its own, something I've never seen before. It's as if it's conscious. Marcus momentarily abandoned his photographic documentation of the hieroglyphs to examine Helena's findings. This defies every law of physics we know, he admitted, running a hand through his hair in frustration. How can something have such directed behavior? Fatima approached with more ancient parchments, her eyes shining with urgency. The texts mention that Apophis was not just a serpent, but a manifestation of primordial chaos. The ancient Egyptians believed he possessed consciousness and purpose. A new tremor shook the temple, stronger than the previous one. Small particles of ancient dust danced in the air, illuminated by the unearthly light of the hieroglyphics. Helena noticed that the vibrations seemed synchronized with the pulsations of the symbols on the walls. "We need more data," declared Helena, beginning to establish a satellite connection with the observatory in Chile. If we could correlate the gravitational disturbances with the manifestations here in the temple, his work was interrupted by screams coming from the lower chambers. The young Egyptian archaeologist came running, his face pale with astonishment. "You need to see this. The underground chamber. It's changing." The group quickly descended the ancient steps, their flashlights lighting the way through narrow corridors. The temperature dropped drastically as they went deeper into the temple. When they reached the chamber in question, everyone stopped, astonished. The walls of the underground chamber were covered in hieroglyphics that moved like liquid mercury, forming and reforming complex patterns. In the center of the ceiling, a particular symbol shined most brightly, the representation of Apophis swallowing the sun. "That's impossible," Marcus muttered, his skepticism finally giving way to the evidence before his eyes. He pulled a radiation meter from his backpack and began taking readings. "The energy levels here are off the charts." Helena connected her laptop to several sensors they had brought, starting to collect data. "Gravitational perturbations are intensifying," she observed, her fingers flying over the keyboard. "And look at this. There's a direct correlation between the energy spikes here and the anomalies I've detected in space." Fatima was absorbed in a series of particular inscriptions that seemed older than the others. "This talks about a ritual," she translated out loud. "Something the ancient priests performed to strengthen barriers during times of danger." "A ritual?" Marcus questioned, still trying to maintain some sense of scientific rationality. How could a ritual affect astronomical phenomena? "Maybe it's not the ritual itself," Helena pondered, an idea beginning to form in her mind. What if the ancient Egyptians had discovered a way to manipulate energy fields that we don't yet understand? What if the mathematics behind their rituals had a practical purpose? As they argued, the lights in the hieroglyphs began to pulse more rapidly, and the air in the chamber grew even colder. Helena felt increasing pressure in her ears, as if they were rapidly descending in altitude. The texts mention a specific alignment, Fatima continued, her hands shaking slightly as she unrolled yet another ancient scroll, not just from celestial bodies, but from points of power on earth. The Temple of Edfu was built at one of these points. Helena began overlaying old maps with her astronomical analyses on her computer. If we trace the trajectory of the spatial anomaly and project it onto these PowerPoints, she trailed off, her eyes widening. "My God, they line up perfectly." Marcus walked over to see the results, his expression changing from skepticism to astonishment. "This can't be a coincidence. The mathematical precision is perfect." A new tremor, more violent than the previous ones, shook the camera. Small stones began to fall from the ceiling, and the glow of the hieroglyphics intensified to the point of being almost blinding. "We need to evacuate," Marcus shouted, but Helena was already deep in her calculations, an expression of intense concentration on her face. "No, wait," she exclaimed. "The patterns, they're showing us something, a sequence, like a code." Her fingers flew over the keyboard as she tried to decipher what she saw. "It's as if the temple itself is trying to tell us something." Fatima quickly joined Helena, her eyes switching between the moving hieroglyphs and the ancient translations. "The symbols, they're forming words I haven't seen before, a language older than ancient Egyptian itself." The temperature continued to drop, and their breaths now formed small clouds in the air. Marcus's radiation meter began to emit a high-pitched alarm sound, its sensors overwhelmed by the energy levels in the chamber. "Helena," Marcus called, his voice tense. "We need to get out of here. Whatever is going on is escalating very quickly." But Helena barely heard him, completely absorbed in the patterns that were unfolding before her. "It's all connected," she murmured. "The eclipse, the power points, the spatial anomaly are not separate events. It's all part of a larger cycle, something the ancient Egyptians predicted and tried to warn us about." The sound of shattering stones echoed through the chamber, and thin cracks began to form on the walls. Bright hieroglyphs seemed to flow through these cracks like veins of light, connecting into increasingly complex patterns. "We have less than 24 hours until the eclipse," Fatima reminded, her voice thick with urgency. "If we don't figure out how to interpret these signals before then—" She didn't need to complete the sentence. Everyone there could feel that they were on the brink of something monumental, an event that could forever change not only their understanding of the universe, but perhaps the very destiny of humanity. The moment the chamber's ceiling began to collapse, Marcus grabbed Helena and Fatima by the arms, pulling them towards the exit. The trio ran through the ancient corridors as rocks fell around them, the unearthly glow of the hieroglyphs lighting their way like a beacon in the darkness. "The equipment!" Helena shouted, trying to go back. "Leave them," Marcus replied firmly. "We can recover them after the structure stabilizes." When they finally emerged into the night air, panting and covered in ancient dust, they saw that the sky had changed dramatically. An aurora borealis danced over the Egyptian desert, a completely impossible phenomenon at that latitude. "Gravitational disturbances are affecting Earth's magnetic field," Helena murmured, her eyes fixed on the curtains of light rippling above. "It's starting." Fatima quickly set up a makeshift workspace on the temple steps, laying out scrolls and connecting her laptop to a portable generator. "The texts mention signs like this," she said, quickly flipping through her notes. "Lights in the sky, tremors in the earth, sacred symbols coming to life." Marcus, who had rushed back to retrieve some essential equipment, returned with Helena's laptop and her measuring instruments. "The readings are getting more intense," he reported, quickly configuring the sensors. "Whatever is happening is accelerating." Helena immediately dove into her data, correlating the new information with her previous observations. The space snake, its trajectory has changed. It's moving more quickly now, as if it's responding to events here on Earth. A group of local archaeologists and researchers gathered around them, all watching with a mixture of fascination and terror As the lights in the sky intensified, the wind began to pick up, bringing with it a low, resonant sound, like a distant hums. We need to understand the ritual, Fatima declared, spreading out more parchment. The ancients would not have left these instructions if they were not important. Helena nodded, dividing her attention between the astronomical data and the ancient translations. The ritual seems to involve some kind of harmonization, she observed, as if they were trying to attune the temple's energies to something greater. Energy? Marcus questioned, although his usual tone of skepticism had been replaced by urgent curiosity. Are you suggesting they had technology to manipulate force fields? Technology might not be the right word, Helena replied, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she created new simulation models. But knowledge? Definitely. Look at this. She turned her laptop to show a three-dimensional graph where the temple's energy lines overlapped perfectly with the patterns of the spatial anomaly. They understood something about the fundamental structure of the universe that we have only begun to rediscover. A new tremor shook the ground, and more lights began to emanate from the temple entrances. The buzzing in the air intensified, making everyone need to raise their voices to be heard. The texts talk about a chant, Fatima continued, her eyes quickly scanning the ancient inscriptions. A specific sequence of sounds that, when combined with certain movements, could open a channel of communication. Communication with what? Marcus asked, although something in his expression suggested he already suspected the answer. With whatever is coming, Helena replied softly, her eyes fixed on the dancing lights in the sky. The ancient Egyptians weren't just trying to warn us about Apophis. They were giving us tools to confront him. One of the local archaeologists, an elderly man with decades of experience in ancient sites, approached with an object wrapped in cloth. We found this in the excavations a few months ago, he said, unfolding the package to reveal a ceremonial sistrum, a sacred musical instrument of the ancient Egyptians. It started vibrating today, for the first time in thousands of years. Helena took the instrument carefully, feeling it hum softly in her hands. When she moved it, the small metal plates inside it produced a sound that seemed to resonate with you, the hum in the air. The mathematical patterns in hieroglyphics, she murmured, an idea beginning to form. They're not just instructions. They're sheet music, music designed to interact with specific frequencies in the universe. Fatima quickly began translating more texts, confirming Helena's theory. Yes, the priests used a combination of sounds and movements to strengthen the barriers between the worlds. It was a protective ritual, but based on principles that we could call scientific. We have less than 12 hours until the eclipse, Marcus reminded him, checking his instruments. And by my calculations, the spatial anomaly will intersect the eclipse line exactly over this location. Helena looked at the sistrum in her hands, at the scrolls scattered around her, and at the lights that danced in the night sky. Everything was connected, part of an ancient puzzle they needed to solve before it was too late. We need to rebuild the ritual, she declared, her voice steady despite the growing chaos around her. Not just the words and the movements, but the mathematics behind it. If the ancient Egyptians found a way to influence these cosmic forces, we can do the same. The wind picked up even more, bringing with it grains of sand that shone strangely under the aureole lights. Time was running out, and in deep space, an ancient and terrible force snaked toward Earth. Its arrival timed to coincide with the exacted moment of the eclipse. Somewhere above them, among the stars that now seemed to pulse with a light of their own, something watched and waited. The confrontation prophesied millennia ago was about to begin, and the fate of the world could depend on a modern astronomer's ability to decipher and implement an ancient ritual before it was too late. The sun was beginning to rise over the Egyptian horizon when Helena finally finished deciphering the mathematical patterns in the hieroglyphics. Her hands shook slightly as she held the ancient sistrum, now decorated with symbols that she and Fatima had carefully transcribed from sacred texts. "It's a Fibonacci sequence," she explained to the others, who had formed a circle around her. The ancients encoded the harmonic frequencies of the universe in their rituals. Each movement, each note, corresponds to a specific vibration in the fabric of space-time. Marcus, who had spent the last few hours calibrating his measuring instruments, approached with new readings. "The spatial anomaly is less than 3 hours away," he reported, his voice tense, "and the eclipse will begin in approximately 4 hours. Fatima continued furiously translating the latest texts, her eyes red with exhaustion. "The ritual must begin before the moon's shadow touches the earth," she warned. "Once the eclipse begins, it will be too late." The sky above them had transformed into a surreal spectacle. The aurora borealis now pulsed in shades of red and gold, and through its luminous curtains, it was possible to see distortions in the very fabric of space, as if something massive was bending reality. "We need more systrums," Helena declared, examining the old instructions. "The ritual requires a minimum of 7 performers, each tuned to a different frequency." Local archaeologists quickly mobilized, bringing in ancient instruments that had been preserved in nearby museums. Each sistrum was carefully marked with the appropriate symbols, following the instructions that Helena had decoded. "What if it doesn't work?" Marcus asked softly, helping Helena organize the participants into a perfect heptagon. "What if they're all wrong about this?" Helena looked up at the sky, where the cosmic serpent was now visible even to the naked eye, an undulating distortion that seemed to swallow the stars in its path. "Then at least we will have tried," she replied. "Sometimes, Marcus, science means having faith in the impossible." Fatima distributed the papyri with the ancient words of power, quickly teaching the correct pronunciation to the participants. "The ritual must be precise," she emphasized. "Every syllable, every movement, every note, everything must be in perfect harmony." The wind picked up dramatically, bringing with it a sound that resembled a distant wail. The lights in the temple intensified, and the hieroglyphics on the walls began to pulse in sync with their heartbeats. "It's time," Helena announced, taking her place in the heptagon. She could feel the sistrum vibrating in her hands, responding to the energies that permeated the air. The ritual began with a soft, almost imperceptible sound. 7 sistrums, moving in precise patterns, creating harmonies that had not been heard on Earth for millennia. The ancient words flowed from their mouths like water, each syllable carrying power and purpose. At first, nothing seemed to happen. But gradually, as the ritual progressed, the air around them began to change. Marcus, watching through his instruments, saw the energy readings skyrocket to impossible levels. "It's working," he shouted over the howling wind. "The frequencies are aligning." Helena barely heard him, completely immersed in the ritual. Through her half-closed eyes, she could see patterns of light forming in the air, webs of energy that connected the ritual participants to each other and to the temple itself. In the sky, the spatial anomaly seemed to hesitate in its approach. The cosmic serpent writhed as if encountering resistance, its gravitational distortions encountering a new type of force that opposed its advance. The sun was beginning to be obscured by the moon when the ritual reached its climax. The seven sistrums now sounded as a single note, a frequency that resonated with the very core of the earth. The ancient words had turned into a chant that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Helena felt something change inside her. It was as if his consciousness expanded, touching something vast and ancient. For a moment, she understood what the Egyptians really meant by their mythology. Apophis was not just a serpent, but a fundamental force in the universe, the primordial chaos that always threatened to engulf order. And now, through this ancient ritual, they were reinforcing the very barriers of the cosmos, using mathematics and sound to strengthen the fabric of reality. The total eclipse has finally begun, plunging the desert into unearthly darkness. But instead of complete darkness, the air around the temple glowed with its own light, a ritually generated force field that stretched all the way to the sky. The spatial anomaly, now clearly visible, like a serpent of darkness against the eclipsed sky, encountered this barrier of light. For a tense moment, it seemed as if the force of chaos might win, its gravitational distortions threatening to tear apart space itself. But the ritual continued. 7 voices joined in perfect harmony. 7 sistrums dancing in precise mathematical patterns. The light barrier pulsed stronger, and slowly, inexorably, the serpent began to retreat. It was Marcus who first noticed the change in his instruments. "Gravitational perturbations are decreasing," he shouted. "Whatever you guys are doing, it's pushing the thing back into space." Helena could hardly believe what her eyes were seeing. The force that threatened to engulf their world was being repelled by something as simple and as complex as music and mathematics. Just as the ancient Egyptians had predicted, the eclipse began to pass, light gradually returning to the desert. As the sun re-emerged, the spatial anomaly disappeared into the depths of the cosmos, leaving only a clear sky and an exhausted but triumphant group of people. The ritual ended naturally, the sistrums falling silent one by one until only the gentle desert wind could be heard. Helena lowered her instrument with shaking hands, barely able to believe what they had just accomplished. "We did it," Fatima whispered, tears of joy and relief running down her wrinkled face. After all these millennia, the ritual still worked. Marcus was busy checking his instruments one last time, an incredulous smile on his face. "I'm going to spend the rest of my life trying to explain this scientifically," he admitted. Helena looked at the sistrum in her hands, at the ancient temple that had kept this secret for so long, and at the sky that now seemed closer and more mysterious than ever. Maybe some things don't need to be explained, she said softly. Perhaps it is enough to know that our ancestors understood more about the universe than we realized, and that their wisdom can still save us today. And as the sun shone over the Egyptian desert, Helena knew that her understanding of the cosmos had changed forever. The line between science and magic, between past and present, between order and chaos, was thinner than anyone had imagined, and somewhere in the stars, an ancient force waited, knowing that humanity still held the secrets to maintaining the balance of the universe.